Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Bighorn County's top prosecutor is asking for a trial date in the case of a man accused of force-feeding a 15-year-old girl Adderall before sexually assaulting her and evading law enforcement for 2 months. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Anthony Pease faces 4 counts of first-degree sexual assault and numerous other charges.
He was on the loose for more than 2 months. He's accused of force-feeding this girl Adderall drugs throughout the day and forcing her to perform sex acts in the evening in a garage. And the documents say that when he went outside to use the bathroom, she texted a 16-year-old boy that she's friends with, and he and his mother went to the garage to confront the man.
Pease faces 2 felony theft charges, each punishable by up to 10 years in prison and $10,000 in fines, plus 4 counts of first-degree sexual assault, and that's between 5 and 50 years in prison and up to 10 grand in fines. Fire season has come early to Wyoming. All but 1 horse survived in Green River on Sunday as corrals were opened and horses let loose in the Scotts Bottom fire. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows also reports that a fire near Lovell continues to burn.
The Cane Fire in Lovell started around the same time that the Scott Bottoms fire did on the other side of the state. It has burned over 1,900 acres, is about 10% contained as of Monday afternoon, and that cause is still under investigation.
Burn restrictions were in place due to dry, warm, and windy conditions in Bighorn County. A media post from the Bighorn County Fire Warden reads, quote, "Please, no burning. Our firefighters are spread thin and are all tired." I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom connects students to Wyoming's land and industries, engaging Wyoming students through curriculum designed for teachers to use in the classroom. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, teaches so many important things like agriculture, minerals and energy, outdoor recreation, and tourism. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811. 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 41-year-old Cheyenne area man charged with first-degree murder in the death of a 10-month-old girl told a judge on Monday that he couldn't afford a $1 million bond. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the district attorney had asked for $500,000 and the judge doubled it.
Number one, district attorney showed up herself to this, but I guess it's not as surprising when it's a first-degree murder charge. And when it came time to talk about bond, what should his bond be set at? She asked the judge for $500,000 cash bond. What that means is you got to put up $500,000 cash to make your bond. And when she said that, Mr. Haney kind of blurted out, "I can't afford that." And the judge responded, "Well, the bond, we don't set bond based on what defendants can afford."
If convicted of first-degree murder, John Haney could get life in prison. The death penalty isn't a consideration in this case because there's no evidence of premeditation. District Attorney Sylvia Hackle tells Cowboy State Daily after Monday's initial appearance. Another consequence of Wyoming's abnormally warm winter is a much earlier tick season. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that entomologist McKenna Smith says not only are ticks out and about now, but it's likely there will be more of them this year.
This has not been a normal year up to this point. So experts aren't confirming anything because we don't know, but they're anticipating that tick season is going to reach its peak earlier. Usually that happens in May. This year it could happen as early as April. And they're expecting to possibly be a lot more of them out there because there weren't as many killed off by the cold temperatures and snow we had over the winter because we didn't have much of either of those.
Ticks have a highly cyclical life cycle. When it's consistently warm enough for them to to emerge from hibernation. Their population explodes as they rush to get their once-a-year meal of blood from whatever source they can find. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We said we'd never give in to a meltdown.
Okay.
And we'd never babysit with a screen. We said we'd never let the toys take over.
Mariella.
Never leave the house looking, well, and never let them out of our sight. Skylar, come here. Cars get hot fast, and kids can be at risk. Before you leave the car, always stop, look, lock.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. Jen Coker will be on just a second. I'll pop her on. She's getting makeup done in the trailer in the green room. Chris Pittman's going to be on today. He's the family daring to have more than 2 pets in Powell. They have a 2-pet max. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Peter Boyer will be here. The Bar Nunn mayor, who is going to run for House seat. Scott Anderson will be here to talk about, I don't know, he's my former boss at Jackson Hole Radio. Paul Ulrich will be on here. We'll talk about all things outdoors and LPG. Liquid petroleum gas, by the way. David Pope, I'm not sure he might be a last-second cancellation. Tim Shepard will be here, head of Veterans Commission. We'll talk about the big event coming up on the 28th. And Trevor Wilson, besides being Logan Wilson's dad, linebacker, NFL linebacker fame, UW, Natrona County, etc. Trevor's also running the show at the Wyoming High School Activities Association. All those guests and more. None better than this young lady. Jen Coker's here. Jen.
Good morning.
Good morning. I'm shrinking.
Like literally or on screen?
Literally.
What's happening to you?
I went to the doctor. I had to have my, annual. And I'm not a doctor visitor. I don't even have a doctor. Never have. And for many, many, many years, until the last couple of years, I've never had health insurance. Like, I just assume the less I'm around the medical field, the less I know, the better.
Yeah, denial is a very good strategy.
Totally. So far, so good. Except kidney stones. Oh, I don't recommend those. Except a little touch of diverticulitis now and then. That's not fun either. So we like things of older age coming on. So yeah, I go to the doctor and I can't even get through the most basic of basics, which is the first thing they want to do to you when you go to the doctor's office, get that cuff on your arm.
Yeah, which is the weirdest feeling.
Yeah. And my blood pressure's too high. And it's in direct correlation right now with the price of diesel. The higher that goes, the more my blood pressure number, I'm like 190 over 120 or something. No, I'm not. But I'm getting there. 539. Ooh. I'm 539 over 120. Wow. That's how much diesel is in Jackson right now.
Wow.
Oh. And every day I drive by the sign and I'm running on E and I'm thinking, no, tomorrow it'll go down. Trump will say something like, we have finally wiped out Iran, and then I'll fuel up. And then every day it goes up a dime. I'm like,
Yeah, you better go get that gas, diesel.
anyway, back to me shrinking. They said, it says here you're 6'1". I'm like, no, I'm 6'2". I've always been 6'2". Oh, says hotshot nurse. And she eyes me and she's like, I don't think so. And out we go to measure. And I'm not even on that gizmo they put me on. I'm not even 5'11". It comes 5'10" and a half. I swear. And I've said, that's impossible. That thing's broke. I've been 6'2" all my life. Says so on my driver's license. I might accept 6'1" because I do have a bad spine. Like, you know, I get it. Gravity might be pulling me down a little, and people lose an inch maybe when they get to an age. No way have I lost 4 inches.
Yeah, 4 inches is a lot because I know you do shrink. I mean, it's a fact. I think your bone, people out there help me out. Your feet bones collapse.
Feet bones. Yet another Jen Coker quote. I'm going to put it right next to my blinking tree. Could kill you. Feet bones collapse in old age.
It's like scaffolding. It just kind of goes down a couple notches. Your spine must compress too. All kinds of things happen. Because my gym partner tells me my face is caving in. So I have that to look forward to. That's going to continue apparently because there's something that happens to the bones in your head too.
No.
Yeah.
Your face is the best thing that happens to us on Tuesday morning. Come on. Yes, you do. My spine is compressing. I do have like back issues. All my fluid is supposed to be in between the vertebrae. It's all gone. It's just bone on bone. My back is a wreck. So yeah, I get that. But not that. The Incredible Shrinking Man. So I'm thinking of that episode of Andy Griffith, which I know you don't watch. I only watch things that are in black and white. If it's in color, it's too new. So I watch Andy Griffith. And one time the little guy, Barney Fife, he didn't meet the minimum height or weight.
Yeah. He's a small little fella.
He's just a little guy.
Yeah.
And they had a new rule where you had to be, and Aunt B fatten him up. He 8 and 8 and 8. But how do you make somebody taller? He got in one of those gravity. He got his neck pulled up and he hung upside down like a bat.
Yeah, so stretching machine.
I might have to do that. I might have to be put on the rack.
Yeah.
And medieval and get back to my original height.
At least just an inch. See if you can gain an inch just by stretching out.
I'm shrinking.
4 inches, that's intense. Something's wrong there.
Nah,
that's not possible.
That thing's broke.
Yeah, something's. I don't get that. Did they put you straight against a wall? Old style?
Well, when they did it, they pushed my hair down. Like I said, put the thing up here. And they shoved it down.
Yeah, you get a solid inch or 2 off the hair.
Definitely. So, and then so I'm like, I had it with the nurse. I'm like, get out your puffer arm machine, get out of here with that and your whole height. Go back to medical school. You obviously are not ready for prime time. Then the doctor came in. It's like, I heard you had a tough time with the nurse. She ratted me out. He said, what concerns do you have? Any concerns, at your annual? I'm like, yeah, I'm shrinking. What can you get me for that?
Yeah. What did he say?
You don't want to have pills for that.
Did he say you're shrinking? Did he confirm it?
Well, we went out and he measured me and I gained a couple inches using a different gizmo.
I don't get what's happening here with this gizmo. It should be one. It should be an easy thing.
I mean, golly, everybody did this at home. Your mom drew a line on the door frame. That's as technical as it.
I mean, we're talking medicine. This is not a complicated thing.
Yeah. Your story about I'm shrinking. John Boughton disappeared. Rawlins, 1983, cold case.
Very cold.
Let me ask you, so much about this is family members, people. looking back after you know the fact, law enforcement knows, investigators know better than to try to come to a conclusion already. And it's so easy, I'll bet, in disappearance cases, Jen, for people to go back and then try to connect dots, saying, he had issues with his boss, or, at work, he was critical of the, and then there was this other shady character. It's easy in hindsight to go back and figure it all out. But you got to be careful with that. What were the red flags in this case?
Yeah, I agree 100% because I have fallen into that trap myself where I'm like, okay, it absolutely has to be this because it makes sense.
Yeah.
And then it's not that. So yeah, you do have to be careful. But what happened here is, it sounds like, according to the family, there was not much of an investigation done, and it started a week after he had disappeared. And remember, his family lives in Green River, and he's in school in Rawlins. It was part of the vocational education rehabilitation. He had gone for alcoholism, and so he was getting in front of that. He's a young guy, 24. So, he told his sister, I think I might have a problem with alcohol. And she's like, get in front of it before it gets out of control. You're young, and learn a trade. It seemed like a great idea for him. And he was doing very well, except his bosses and his welding instructor were taking them out drinking. So you have, at least they're irresponsible, right? I mean, you've got guys who are there to clean up their act, and they're taking them out drinking, allegedly.
Yeah.
But anyway, so his family he would talk to him like a couple times a week, but they had no idea he was missing. And when he didn't turn up for class it was a Monday, I believe, nobody did anything. His boss didn't call it in, and it went on for days until finally, a week later, almost a week, one of the assistants, or the person running the program, or the secretary, I don't know what her title is, but she called the family and said, "Hey, where is he?"
And
then they had to go back.
Right. And as days go by, you lose valuable time. Clues become shadier and grayer. Then there's a matter of who gets on it first. And you talked to Sheriff Alex Bakken, your favorite sheriff, my favorite sheriff, Carbon County. And he's like, this is going all the way back 1983, 84. And he's like, I don't know why Rawlins PD didn't take this up and why it landed at the sheriff's office. I can imagine. I mean, it's Rawlins Police Department in the 80s. Not to say anything about Rawlins, but these are small community Wyoming towns, and they're just trying to keep the peace, basic law and order to unravel a missing person case that could be a potential homicide. That starts to get up the pay scale. I don't know. But yeah, was that a problem? Did Sheriff Bakken say?
Yeah, well, he was perplexed by how they had it. And I thought maybe the welding facility was in the county, and he said no. So it was, I don't know how the county got the case, but the family did report it when they called the welding instructor, Jerry Williams, who 3 years later, after John disappeared, was arrested for homicide. So there gives that theory more credence. However, but when they called him, he said, yeah, I've already reported him missing to the Rawlins Police Department. However, that was not true. So the family stopped in to ask the Rawlins police how it was going, and they said, we have no idea what you're talking about. He did not report it. So I don't know I don't know how the sheriff got involved. They weren't clear, because they were talking to both agencies at one point. And then it was definitely handed to the sheriff for whatever reason.
Yeah, that makes it tougher when you can't build a definitive timeline. That's the first thing. So much time's gone by. And when you're not sure who's carrying the ball, like whose job, now it's really muddy. And now you're looking back how many years? This is mid 80s. Like, oh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And this family, I mean, they did a meticulous investigation because they weren't getting answers. So they went over themselves to see if they could piece together what they could piece together. So, they spoke to Jerry Williams. They spoke to the welding instructor. And they were very surprised because Jerry Williams was very defensive and was basically stop accusing me of doing something I didn't do, which confused them. And they couldn't even get a straight answer on whether he disappeared the night before because he had been out drinking with his welding instructor, or if he had actually attended attended the welding shop the next day. They couldn't even get that straight answer.
So there's potential bad actors, and are they still alive? This Williams?
No, neither, to my knowledge. It's always hard to track down somebody's death because you have to kind of assume that birth date is that person.
Yeah.
So I never want to say he's definitely deceased, but let's just say the birth date's matching up to both guys. There were death notices.
Mm. And it's crazy with these disappearances, these cold cases that are this old. Very often a reporter like Jen Coker has probably put more hours into the research and the investigation than many law enforcement, because I mean, it's an old cold case. And and it often takes something like this to blow the dust off of the evidence, and maybe so.
Well, in this poor family, they got no press. I mean, usually, 10 years in, some reporter picks it up like myself and dusts it off and puts it back in the public purview. But in this case, I couldn't find any news articles about this poor kid other than right after he disappeared.
Which you told us last week. You said, I have this cold case of missing person that nobody's ever, I don't see anybody had interest in.
Yeah. I mean, the family was so grateful. I mean, this poor family is just, all these years later, they feel like he's not been just forgotten, but all but ignored.
Yeah. So again, using that hindsight is 2020 thing, any reason to believe this? Is it Boughton? Any reason to believe he's a candidate for, I just want to check out, walk off the earth. I want to, restart my life. He doesn't feel like one of them, really.
No, absolutely nothing whatsoever. Now, Jerry Williams, the welding shop owner, told the family that he believes John did disappear, went to Colorado to manufacture drugs. That did not gel at all with the family's perception of him. And he's a kid who was really close to his sister, really close to his brothers and parents. And they're like, absolutely not. A, he doesn't do drugs. B, he's not a kid who's going to disappear. He was getting that welding certificate and he had big plans for himself after he got that.
Yeah. Yeah. It was in the 80s in Wyoming and certainly in Jackson were druggy times. Cocaine abound.
Yeah.
But, I don't know. What a strange thing. I hope this spurs. I mean, maybe there's somebody with some extra time at the Carbon County Sheriff's Office. Maybe some evidence. Whenever their news comes out, it sometimes pulls in some sightings or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the family at this point would just like to find his remains. That's their only ask at this point.
All right, I'm going to do my best to stand tall today. You got a package coming your way, Jen.
Yay.
I think I got to get down to the UPS store. I think
Don't drive.
Tomorrow or the next day. Drive it to you?
No, I don't drive to anywhere. I'm concerned about your diesel prices.
Oh. I am consolidating my trips. I'm going to get my hair cut. I have to get my blood drawn to figure out why I'm so short. And I got other things. I'm going to do it all Thursday.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Have a great day.
You too, Jake.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues after this.
Hey, Wyoming. Ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories. Real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
If you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. We welcome in Chris Pittman straight out of Powell, Wyoming, where what do they think they're doing in Powell, this city council? They're trying to get all citified. I have been to Powell. If there's a place in Wyoming where you should be allowed to have 10 chickens, 8 dogs, and a few pygmy goats, it's Powell. I mean, golly, it's not a big city, but they're governing it like it is. Chris, I have to say, full disclosure, you and I are probably both in violation of an ordinance right now. I have, although I'm not in the city, but if I were in Jackson proper, I believe there's a 2-pet max on a household that's generally overlooked. But I have a cat here, and he's got a brother, and they're both semi-feral. They come and go. The door's open. Right now, his brother is in here. Normally, I never see him. Once a month, his brother will show up. And then there's a third little black cat that comes around. If there were all 3 of them in here at one time, I could be handcuffed and taken away. Maybe. First off, you probably read this story in the Cowboy State Daily. Kate Meadows wrote it. It's about the ongoing issue in Powell of dogs, cats living together. The end of times. Yeah, Chris, you moved from Texas with dogs, knowing that, how many, what kind of pet, what's your pet situation first? Thanks for being on this early, by the way.
Yeah, you bet. So we have 4 dogs. We have 2 corgis. We rescued a dog from the pound, which is a pit bull mix, is what they say she is.
Yeah.
And then I have a boxer border collie mix that seems to be everybody's big concern. He's a little bit bigger dog, very athletic, and I guess he scares people.
Well,
real gentle.
Yeah.
The only time he ever causes a problem is if you get too close to the property when you're not welcomed.
Well, the border collie, that's enough brains. He could sit on the city council. Most border collies. I've had a border collie. They're smart, too smart. But anyway, so the city council, how has it been in Powell prior to this latest thing? Because I was reading a Powell Facebook page like a month ago, and there were some complaints that Powell is overrun with barking dogs and feral cats. And I guess this issue got to the town council, city council, and they're like, we have to do something about this. Did you get a sense of that? Or how did this even start? That we need to put a max on how many pets people can have. Do you know how that whole discussion even began?
So from the article, the mayor said that this law was passed 20 years ago. And I don't know what the situation was at the time, the only reason why I went to the city council is we had 4 complaints on us since September. 2 of them were noise complaints, which we found out, according to the noise ordinance, when it comes to pets, the hours from 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. are null and void. If your dog barks for 10 minutes and your neighbor thinks it's a nuisance, they can call you in. We haven't had a noise complaint since about October. One complaint was we had a 4-foot fence and my boxer border collie jumped the fence. And since then we put in a 6-foot privacy fence. And I also have a 10-foot tall or an 8-foot tall kennel that's 10 feet by 20 feet in my backyard to keep him in the middle. So he's not going to the other side where there's gaps in the fence and barking at the dogs on the other side. The last time we were called in, our neighbor said we shouldn't have 2 corgis mixed in with 2 pit bulls, which one of them's not a pit bull. And she said she would call us in for animal abuse every day until we separated them.
Mm-hmm.
So the police officer told us that the best thing we could do is go to the city council and file for an exemption for 4 dogs. Because even though I have a privacy fence, you're allowed to peek over my fence, fly a drone over my fence. As long as you're not on the property, you can look in my backyard. And he said that's perfectly legal. And it was actually the officer's idea that I talked to the city council. And at that point in time, I didn't even know about the exemption for the goat. That seems to be a pretty hot topic in town. But I don't know who thinks about looking at a pet ordinance when you move to a town. Number one, I grew up in Wyoming. I grew up in Casper and Gillette. The oil field took me to Texas for 4 years. I got out of the oil field and came back. My father-in-law was living in Basin at the time, and he asked us to move back to Wyoming to help take care of him so he didn't have to go into a nursing home. And then in the middle of our house was under contract to moving back, he passed away, didn't have a place to go to. So then we're like, well, you know, Powell has a bigger school. They have the swim team for my kids. They have band for my kids. So that's why we moved to Powell. And plus, my grandma lived here for years. My parents were born here. My brothers and my sister were born here. I was born in Douglas.
And your kid,
like a good place to go.
Your kids look better in orange. I mean, they got to be Panthers.
Thank you.
All right, so yeah, because I did see like people who have nothing better to do than share their opinion, saying, "Well, why did you move it into Powell, knowing that there was a, you know?" All right, that makes sense. Now, knowing that there is an ordinance and it's been on the books for a long time, very similar to probably other city and town ordinances that are laying somewhere dormant with dust gathering on them because they're pretty much never enforced. I mean, if you have 3 cats, you're really going to get a knock on the door, you know, in a town that has a 2 pet max ordinance? Probably not. Unless, and it comes down to, you know, the reason we have city ordinances is neighbors. If you can't get along, that's got to get kicked up the flagpole. And yeah, that it's unfortunate. I don't want to drag a third party into this, but yes, neighbors, all it takes is a neighbor who doesn't like dogs, doesn't like cats. And you've taken measures with beefing up the fence, doing what you can do.
Yeah, we've done the fence. We've done training collars. There's actually a bark box that you can buy and put in your backyard. And that actually quieted the neighbor's dog down too.
Yeah.
We've talked to our neighbors and we've told our neighbors, look, if our dogs are barking and you know we're not home, grab a water bottle and squirt them. You know, that'll make our dogs quiet. And we told them their keywords are quiet or, you know, hey, be quiet. And they usually stop barking or squirt them. And the only reason why we approached the city council is the last officer I talked to said, I asked him, like, what's the ultimate punishment here if my dogs don't get under control? And he said, eventually there's citations written, fines paid, and then you go to front of a judge and the judge can take all 4 of your dogs. So he recommended the best way to do it is to change a city ordinance so you're not in threat of your dogs getting taken. and only one of them is mine. The Boxer Border Collie. The pit bull mix, as the kennel deemed her, is my daughter's, and she's going to college in Chadron State in Chadron, Nebraska. And then the 2 corgis, I have 2 more daughters, and they belong to them. So as a parent, what do? You know, you're going to violate your kid's trust or hurt your kid's feelings for who knows how long by saying, well, your dog's got to go. Or even if I volunteer to have my dog removed, then they say, well, Dad, you shouldn't have to do that. So, you know, it's the old parable, you know, who do you punish, basically, when we haven't done anything wrong?
Yeah, I mean, there has to be a reasonable solution here. So what about the effort? And I would imagine you would have a local shelter. I have seen some people come to your defense saying, you know, 2 animal cap, like that's crazy. I have 6 dogs. Like, you know, the minimum in Wyoming is at least 4. I mean, you got to count on 2 hands how many pets some households have. That sounds pretty restrictive. So, I mean, getting that changed would allow you to at least be able to breathe easier with 4 dogs. But does it even solve, you know, if it only takes 1? If it's just your dog and he's barking and people don't want to hear it at 11:45 p.m., then you're still going to have neighbors calling. So can you get the ordinance changed? Where has that been left? Because this is super emotional, as the mayor pointed out. Anytime you talk about pets, oh my goodness, everything else on the city council agenda fades in the background this becomes the big ticket item. Like, how many pets is too many in Powell, Wyoming? That's all anybody wants to know at the town council meeting. So where can you get the ordinance changed? Does it look like it, or did that fail, or what happened?
Where they left it was I guess he was the city attorney. I'm not sure exactly what his title was. Advised the mayor not to make a ruling, but to pass it on to the zoning commission, the housing and zoning commission. And they are going to meet the 30th, I believe it is. So next Monday. So we can go there and talk to the zoning commission and see if it can be changed. And ultimately, I guess it's their decision if they want to hear the case, if they want to attempt to change the laws. And I understand, you know, I have a neighbor that goes outside and revs his pickup up at 2:00 in the morning sometimes when it's cold. But I can assure you, we go to bed at 10:00 and my dogs are in the house. And I wake up at 5. I let one of my dogs outside to go to the bathroom, and then they're in the house until 6 or 7 in the morning, till we all have to work and school and whatnot.
Yeah. Yeah, we all got to live together. Joining us on the show this morning, if you read the story from Cape Meadows, is Chris Pittman, the family that has 4 dogs, and that has created a big dust up in Powell, where previously it was animals a couple months ago when the woman who had that little pygmy goat, and they were ready to take that off to slaughter at the Powell City Council, but made an exception. So hopefully we tug on the heartstrings. We find some people on the city council that have pets, and they realize that you could very easily, you know, be starting with 1 or 2, and the next thing you know, you got 3 and 4. Maybe one of them's your daughter's. Maybe one of them, you know, if that's 2 sounds pretty low for me for a max pet per household. And and the issue really, it always boils down to neighbors. Their truck's too loud, your dog barks. I mean, yeah, it happens. You can just try to live together the best you can, I guess. Well, Chris.
We follow the mantra, let's mind our own business, and tall fences build good neighbors.
Yeah. That's the Wyoming way. I mean, I certainly, if you I don't run the 911 when I have an issue. I just go next door and say, your dogs, man, they're, can you, but to each his own. Yes. Mind your own. That's usually a good Western thing to live by. Chris, I hope it all works out for you. Come on again. If there's any new news, let us know what's going on with the ordinance. We'll keep an eye on it. Kate Meadows will, Cowboy State Daily. Thanks for being on. Have a dog hair free Tuesday. We'll be right back with Peter Moyer, mayor of Peter Boyer. I know a Peter Moyer, and I always want to call him Moyer. Peter Boyer, mayor of Bar Nunn. For now, he's next.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Back to the show on a Tuesday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and Mayor Peter Boyer joins us. He's mayor of Bar Nunn. Also a father of 3 and has declared a run for House District 58. We'll talk about the campaign in a moment, Mayor. First, let's talk about the mayor stuff. You've been mayor of Bar Nunn since 2023. And recent Bar Nunn meetings, live streams, your ratings are through the roof. We're jealous. I mean, the live stream of a Bar Nunn town council meeting makes lives of Mormon housewives look like an episode of Andy Griffith. I mean, no holds bar. None meetings have been peppered with recent fireworks. Whether it's Bill Alleman showing up saying nobody likes nukes or some process server. Man, what's going on there? Can you not hold a quiet, quick 20-minute meeting or what?
It sure feels that way. I would like to have a quiet meeting. It would be nice to have a little bit of a change where we don't have something crazy going on. It feels like we're at the center of the universe right now.
I know, little Bar Nunn. I mean, I was talking about, covering these things as a journalist, and usually these town council meetings, kind of a yawner. You look what's on the agenda. It's pretty quick in these small towns, unless a big issue is coming, like Radiant, and it's just, vote, hands up, and all right, go home. But it's been a little more than that in Bar Nunn, and maybe more than you bargained for. So let's start with Representative Alleman and him showing up all those months ago when Radiant was on the table. And, here's the issue. You got this modular nuclear outfit that's got a novel idea. They kind of choose Bar Nunn. They really like a lot of things about Bar Nunn, the whole energy background, and they think it's a good fit. You had been talking with them. Whether that was transparent enough, we'll discuss. But Representative Alleman said, I've done my own polling, and people just do not like the idea of burying, spent nuclear. And then we have this big issue at the meeting. Was it the right place at the town council meeting to hash that out, or would you have rather you and Bill talked about it?
I much would have rather have had Bill come to me one-on-one and talk about it so that we can formulate a plan, so we could talk about it and see what the best actions are to move forward with. And I made that clear to him. I said, we need to be talking about this. And he never came to us. He never came to the council and talked to us. He went straight to, quote unquote, the people. And, I would remind not just Bill Alleman, but all representatives of the people is that you swear an oath to the Constitution. You swear an oath to uphold the law, but you don't swear an oath to the people. And does that mean that you're not supposed to represent your people? Well, absolutely not. That's not what that means. But what that means is at the end of the day, is that you are beholden to the law. You are not beholden to the people. And if they don't agree with that, then they vote you out, and that's fine. But you are supposed to uphold the standard of the law. And I really wish Bill would have adhered to that, and we could have discussed a path moving forward that would have been more productive, and it would have turned out better for the town.
Yeah. Now, Representative Alleman does his District 58 would encompass Bar Nunn. This is not a matter of like, why are you here? This, Bar Nunn is not part of your thing. That's part of the district. Yes.
Correct.
Okay. So I think maybe, we don't have Representative Alleman is here. Let's bring him into the Zoom. See the mayor is sweating bullets over there. No, he's not here. But if he were here, if Bill Alleman was here, I think there was a follow-up visit from Representative Alleman, which he also had to be asked to. He's allotted his 3 minutes, and your time is up. It's not the first time you've had to tell Representative Alleman, okay, we get it. Sit down now. He accused of some lack of transparency when dealing with Radiant. Now, I know whenever you're talking nuclear or technology stuff, we've seen it come up in other communities where the town representatives, the mayor, the council, certain things have to be discussed in closed-door meetings because these companies have proprietary information they can't get out. Sometimes you're talking about real estate. That's also a executive backroom discussion. So talk about the whole transparency thing, whether you had Radiant, the welcome mat was rolled out and you had them all done and in. You just needed to cross some T's and Alleman said, hey, wait a minute. Where were you in discussions and how much of it was out in the open? Talk about that.
So, man, I am really glad you asked this question because I really want to clear the air on this. I found out about Radiant in January of 2025. I got a call from Steve Friel, and this is exactly how it happened. He said, I felt like this was some kind of like I was going to get assassinated or something. He was like, hey, there's a meeting you need to be at, and it's this place and this time. And I'm like, well, what's it about? He's like, well, you just need to be there. And so I showed up, and and it was at the I don't remember. I want to say it was at the Rib and Chop House, but I can't remember now. It's been a year or so.
Well, they
but
had
anyway,
you blindfolded on the way there, so you
yeah,
may
right.
not
I was blindfolded, and I had a hood over my head and everything. So no, but I showed up, and it was Radiant, and they were giving a presentation to all of the elected officials in Natrona County. And they gave their presentation, and I was like, okay, this is interesting. And I looked on the map that they had given, and I saw Bar Nunn on there, and that they were going in just north. And I was like, oh man, so what is your proposed location? I asked them about all that stuff. And I was like, well, I think it'd be a really good idea if you guys do decide to move forward with this, then you should maybe do some town halls and inform people of what your ideas are and things of that nature. And they were like, oh yeah. So they gave me their card. And then I went back to the very next camp. This is all on public record. And I went back to the next council meeting, and I said, hey, this is a meeting I went to. This is what happened, and we'll see where it goes from here. And that was pretty much nothing happened until they called me up. And I want to say it was March. And they were like, hey, we want to meet with you and a few of the other council members. And so we met with them down at the hangar. This is also on public record that we were going to go down there. So we went down there and we discussed with them. And all that we discussed was, hey, we should figure out a way so that we can inform people about what your idea is and what you want to do. I was still on the fence about all this. I wasn't sold. And so I started doing research. I started studying nuclear. I started trying to figure out what these guys were all about. And then they started their town halls. I don't remember when their first town hall was. It was a busy year for me. And so they started their first town halls, and that was really, for me, that was the beginning of I guess all of this really is when people really started paying attention. But from the very beginning, we were always transparent. There was no closed door meetings where we were signing, what do you call them? I totally just slipped my mind.
Non-disclosure
yes, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. So there were never any non-disclosure. I would have never signed a non-disclosure agreement. Like I wouldn't have felt right about that. And so, yeah, it just, things progressed from there. And we all kind of saw how it played out after that. So, yeah.
Mayor Boyer, we're talking to Mayor Peter Boyer, Bar Nunn. Mayor, we had you on right about that time frame where you had gone to work. You had done a lot of research. You knew about as much as nuclear as the average person. Like, I kind of know, but so you did the homework, you did the research, you tried to get informed, and everything you found, I think, pointed to, the safety aspect of working with nuclear, whether it's, is the place going to blow up and take Bar Nunn off the map? Is there green ooze? All that stuff that people might be nervous about who knows zero. And you had done the work, yet Representative Alleman comes in and says 3 out of 4 people don't want nuclear or whatever. I think he had like 75%. You're like, well, I don't know what that poll is. I don't know. And meanwhile, that whole stall, that speed bump, just did that cause? I mean, what is the last correspondence you had with the folks from Radiant? Did they just say, "Look, Mayor, this isn't going to work out. We're out of here"?
I want to, I didn't. I think the last correspondence was that Matt Wilson, he was their senior operations manager. He gave me a call, and because I was just, we were trying to work through things. And obviously when the minerals committee didn't approve the regulation change that they needed, that was pretty much the death knell right there. They were going somewhere else that was going to be more conducive. And so then Matt called, I told Matt, I say, hey, when you guys do, just do me a favor, just let me know that you're leaving. And he did. He gave me a call, and he says, don't publicize it yet. And so we didn't, because it came out the next day, and that they were going to be leaving. And so it was, I think that was around October-ish, November-ish, in that area. And that was the last communication I had with them.
So missed opportunity with Radiant for Bar Nunn, and that that laid to rest, but another ratings boost comes along in the Cowboy State Daily. You may have read about it. That was the process server who used his public comment time. Now, at the beginning of all these town meetings, you have it, anything not on the agenda, clear the air, any concerns of citizens. Usually it's my neighbor's dog is pooping in my yard kind of thing.
Right.
This time it's you've been served. And I gotta say, man, that seems it's almost like Checkgate on the House floor. Wrong place, wrong time. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. I don't think you did. Your town attorney, really, you were told to do that at a meeting here. One of your council members was served. Wow.
Yeah, it was wild. In hindsight 2020, you look back at how your reaction was and how you could have done things better. And I really wish I would have handled it better. I mean, that is a town council meeting is definitely not the place to serve papers at. And it's obviously, Reed Rasner is trying to make a political statement. Yeah, so it definitely caught me off guard. It was funny, some of the other mayors around the municipalities around here, they called, I talked to them and they were telling me about how, man, I don't even know how I would have handled that. And I'm like, well, I wish I would have handled it better, but
it's hard.
It definitely caught me flat-footed on that.
Yeah, well, I mean, you just can't be prepared for something like that. Similar to, I'm sure, House members who received a check. They didn't know probably what to do in the moment. But yeah, your reaction, and maybe you'll still say that now looking back, is that's probably the lowest thing I've seen in my life. And I've been to Iraq twice. I love that.
It was pretty low. I mean, just using the public forum to make your own political statement is no, you just don't do it. You're not supposed to.
Good. All right. So of any of this, and certainly the interactions with Representative Alleman, is that what has motivated you to seek more office? Haven't you had enough as mayor of Bar Nunn?
Oh, my gosh. I appreciate you bringing that up. I actually wasn't going to run against Bill originally.
Yeah.
Even with all the Radiant stuff, I was really disappointed with how that turned out. I'm pro business. I want Wyoming to prosper. I want Wyoming to do well. I want the people here to prosper. I want their families to do well. I want everyone to have good, high-paying jobs. And so the whole Radiant thing was a real huge disappointment. But I still wasn't going to run against him. But when he got charged with the DUI and the way he's handled it, I just couldn't stand by. I just can't. I'm not built that way. And I said, well, if I'm probably one of the people that's best poised to make a run against him. And if he would have taken some accountability, maybe, but the way he's handled it has been really poor. And I just, for myself, for my family, for my friends, we need somebody that's going to represent us better. And maybe that's not me. That's fine. But I'm going to throw my hat in the ring and try.
Yeah, I mean, if you're somebody who's maybe dragged into politics, like perhaps Mayor Boyer, who's been mayor of Bar Nunn since 2023, if you ask God, well, give me a sign, am I supposed to run for House District 58? I mean, holy cow, the doors are just swung wide open, I think. Representative Alleman is not here to answer to the whole DUI thing, but you can read what's been going on in the Cowboy State Daily, obviously. So, House District 58. That's where are you in the campaign trail, and how do we find your presence online? Learn more about you.
So right now, we're still kind of setting things up. Things are kind of moving slow for me right now, just because I've got so much going on as mayor right now, and we're about to go into budget session. So things are I'm trying to take this like a marathon, not like a sprint. Right now, we're finishing basically putting up signs. And then after that, we're going to start knocking doors. And so that's kind of where we're progressing at with the campaign.
And of course, you may or may not have a challenger. I think we don't know if Representative Alleman is going to run for re-election. Last we knew.
I have no idea.
Yeah.
I really don't. My assumption would be is that he is, but I don't know.
Well, best of luck. I appreciate you being on. Let's hope we don't have you on again with the Another thing to happen in the...
Let's talk about something boring next time.
Yes, I wish you a nice boring town council meeting next time up. Definitely. Thanks for coming on, Mayor. I appreciate it.
Awesome. Thank you.
That's Mayor Peter Boyer, Mayor of Bar Nunn, closing this hour's segment. We're out of time. Next hour, action-packed. We got Scott Anderson on, Paul Ulrich, Jackie Dorothy, and, of course, Don Day weather forecast. All happening on the Cowboy State Daily Show Tuesday edition. We got to step aside for news now. I'll get you all informed, and we'll catch you on the other side of that.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner has sued a fifth person for defamation, this time in federal court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that brings the total case count to 4.
It's the fifth civil defendant in a slew of 4 cases. It's the first one I've seen go federal, which happens when you have citizens of different states in a civil clash. That happens. And so all of these lawsuits pretty much ratchet down to what Reisner has characterized as social media defamation campaigns and onslaughts.
Reisner is vying for the GOP nomination for Wyoming's lone U.S. House of Representatives seat in a crowded field comprising of State Senate President Bo Beitman, former Superintendent of Public Instruction Jillian Balow, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, and 2 Casper-based military vets, David Geralt and Kevin Christensen. Game wardens sat in the dark for 5 nights in Cody waiting for a serial poacher to strike again. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that it was on that 5th night that authorities say they heard the sound of a compound bow, and the science that followed tied 1 man to 9 dead deer.
It was CSI for Game and Fish. It's always fun when science solves a crime. This is a great example of Wyoming Game and Fish is going to use the technology available and really take all poaching cases seriously.
Joshua Timorat Wheelhauer was to face trial in February of 2025, but before it began, prosecutors and the defense reached a plea deal, guilty on 9 of the 18 misdemeanor charges, $18,000 in restitution for the deer, and 1 full year in county jail. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, we don't just use natural resources, we take care of them. The land, water, and wildlife we depend on today were shaped by generations before us. Thoughtful stewardship means using what we need, protecting what matters, and leaving it better for those who come next. That's the lesson Wyoming kids are learning with Wyo Wonders. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. America's first extreme sport has roots going back 300 to 400 years. It's called Indian Relay, and Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the sport is moving its championship from Casper to Cheyenne Frontier Days Park.
It's a fistful of feathers for Cheyenne's cap lately with all these things that they are attracting and bringing in. And the latest one being this Indian Relay. CEO Tom Hersig said there's not many things that compare to Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo, but this is one that he says actually does compare in the level of excitement. The race is September, but if you want to see a preview, Tom told me they're going to do like a certified race during Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Jamie Howard, a board member for the Horse Nation Indian Relay Championship Council, tells Cowboy State Daily the choice was such a no-brainer, organizers didn't even look at any other location when they decided it was time to seek a larger venue. Trying to convince a retired judge to add a fresh challenge against Wyoming's newest abortion ban into a case that's been ongoing for a year amounts to judge shopping, a Wyoming Attorney General's deputy argued. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming has been trying without success to ban most abortions since Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022.
This time, the pro-choice coalition that always gets Wyoming's abortion bans blocked did something unique. They filed their case in a case that's already a year old, asking the retired judge presiding over that action to loop in the new challenge to this case that's already been progressing for a year.
After years of more temporary court blocks on such laws, the Wyoming Supreme Court on January 6th struck down 2 abortion bans altogether. It ruled that abortion is health care and access to it is protected as a fundamental right under the state constitution's promise of health care autonomy. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Some people judge a book by its cover, and if you're not what people are looking for, you're kind of like a reject.
At school, it feels like everyone's staring at me, and I'm just kind of not really a person.
Sometimes I can't believe that you could be proud of me if I'm not proud of myself.
It just was hard today. Nobody was listening to me.
Think of our best times together. Let's do more of that.
Try to understand me more, and I'll try to do the same.
Listening is a form of love. Find ways to support your kids at soundidouttogether.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday. And joining the discussion, Scott Anderson. This is going to be one short interview if you insist on wearing that Boston Red Sox hat.
Come on, Jake.
Discussion over.
The season's just getting ready to start. Your Yankees play in San Francisco tomorrow. We're going to Cincinnati on Thursday, and it's going to be a great baseball season.
Reds and Red Sox to start. Yeah, and the Yankees game, I have the MLB package, and I'm kind of mad. I don't know. That's a Netflix exclusive, I think.
I could be. That game might be a Netflix exclusive. I don't watch, Jake. I listen.
Oh,
so I get the MLB from, well, I hate to say it, from Sirius XM because they offer all the MLB games either on the app or on their, their radio feed. So as I'm driving around in the summer, I plan all of my road trips based on what time the game starts. They used to accuse me of this when we had radio stations in Sun Valley. They caught on pretty quick as to when I'd be showing up in Sun Valley. They're like, what time does the game start?
Yeah.
Oh, when Scott's going to leave.
The boss will be here. Yeah. By the way, Scott Anderson, radio station general manager, owner, Jackson Hole Radio, Sun Valley, West Yellowstone. He's been all over. Chances are, if you're listening to a radio station, he's probably owned it, run it, or fixed it at some point. Everything I know about radio, this guy.
I'm down in Colorado this spring and summer working on a radio project. Based out of lovely Glenwood Springs, Colorado, which is a fantastic town.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
They've got the big hot springs here. They have, unlike Jackson, Wyoming, which is one of the least dog-friendly towns in America.
No.
They have an enormous number of dog parks down here. And leash-free, swimming, chasing the ball. Jackson, of course, does not have a dog park, even though they promised one. Jackson's not dog friendly. They say they are. But
really? So comparatively, I'm surprised at that. I have not owned a dog in a while. But when I did, yeah, there's never been a dog park. And you would think of all places, how is there not a dog park in Jackson? Well, price of real estate. I mean,
it's even worse than that, Jake, in my opinion. And not to bash Jackson, but, why not? The local government promised a dog park in Jackson. Where Miller Park is there downtown, kind of over by the Wirt. They're supposed to build one there. So they promised they were going to do that a few years ago. And then, of course, they came out and said, well, we don't have enough money because we have spent all of our money and then some. So we're in the hole.
Yeah.
By millions of dollars in Jackson. This is the town.
Yeah.
The county's in any better shape. And they keep spending. They spend like drunken sailors in local Teton County government.
Yeah.
Offense to the Navy. It's really it's awful to watch it.
Scott's worried about offending the Navy before the town council. Yeah.
Well, I mean, the town council doesn't do anything for. Well, I shouldn't say that. I like everybody on the town council there, but they seem to be focused on solving problems for people who don't live in Jackson yet, versus dealing with issues that people who do live in Jackson right now have.
Yeah. Yeah, including where can I walk my dog? Answer, nowhere. We spent all our money on affordable housing. So 28,
That's right.
And 28 million on a picnic area.
Well, and as you know, there's a famous affordable housing project in Jackson that they have spent a whole load of money on. Called it's the Virginian RV Park. For those who have been through Jackson in the summer, it was the one place in town where if you had an RV or a camper, you could find a place to set up shop. It wasn't overly expensive and certainly cheaper than a hotel room there in the summertime. But they, in their ultimate wisdom, decided to spend $30 million buying that RV park. And they're going to turn it into a massive number of a massive number of workforce housing units that won't be that affordable. And they're going to, it's very impactful to the neighborhood, and not everybody loves it.
Yeah, and that RV park was maybe the last bastion, the last place you could legitimate as a family, on a limited income. You can come visit Jackson for less than $600 a night at a hotel room. I mean, that was a useful place. Now, whether that was going to live, forever, I don't know. But the town did spend near $30 million on 5 acres, which, maybe the maths if you're a real estate agent, but they also got about 20 picnic tables in the deal. Don't forget.
Yeah, that's right. That is exactly right. But now they're talking about having to spend another $10 million on top of what they've committed
to design or whatever.
To design it and to help pay the developers. So the developers already figured out they're not going to make any money if they don't get more money from the taxpayers of Jackson.
Yeah, and it's an ongoing issue that's self-created. The town council and to an extent the county commissioners always, I think, in the back of their minds, there may be a little guilt over how many times they approve big developments, and Jackson's growing like crazy. I mean, if you haven't been there in the last 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, you won't recognize it. Growing so fast with these super big developments, hotels and condos. The guilt side is, well, we got to also create housing for the little people. And so they throw money at housing, and we got no dog park.
Yeah, it's really, if you could hop in a time machine, you'd do some things differently. But of course, you don't realize it as it's happening.
Yeah.
It's sort of in slow motion. And then all of a sudden, they've approved another 300,000 square feet of hotel rooms, and they need a place for people who work there to live. And they refuse to allow local businesses or, these big hotels or whoever they are, commercial enterprise. They refuse to allow them to satisfy their housing requirement outside of Teton County. So they're forcing them into the most expensive real estate market in the country to build housing, for people who don't live here yet.
Well, I will need more than just our allotted time on this show to solve all the reasons Jackson Hole is not part of Wyoming and is up against it in many ways. Yeah.
Well, it's difficult. And, I read on Cowboy State Daily recently the story about how Teton County was forced to refund a housing fee that they charged to a local homeowner who was trying to build a basement in their little cabin to rent out to, somebody else. They want to create affordable housing, but they don't want to let the little guy do it. And they were forced to refund, I think, $25,000 to this couple. And to me, what is interesting, Pacific Legal Foundation were the lawyers who did the case for these homeowners pro bono.
Yeah.
They brought up the question, are those fees even constitutional? And I think that's why the county settled. They don't want to answer that question.
They claim,
in my opinion.
Right. They claim it has been satisfactorily answered, but it's not over. We saw Rebecca Bextel, the whole Checkgate thing. Lost in the Checkgate scandal was the idea that she was representing Teton County people who think that the mitigation fees for affordable housing are akin to a fine for building something. And in this, with the idea that we need to make sure we got a pound of flesh out of every major developer who just exacerbates Teton County's housing issue, we're also going after, residential, just a homeowner that wants to put in a basement, and to the tune of $24,000 worth that we had to refund.
Between the property taxes and these fees, I know a lot of friends in Jackson, longtime residents, who are like, well, I'm moving to Star Valley or I'm moving to St. George because it's too expensive.
Yeah.
And not only that, but with all of the development, both the commercial market development and the affordable housing development, Teton County and Jackson are the biggest developers. And it's not even the market guys. But, they've made it to the point where traffic is so bad already. The cost of everything is skyrocketed. You can't go to the park in the summer. You wouldn't want to, because the traffic and the parking is just out of control up there. So I know a lot of folks who are re-examining whether or not Jackson is the place that they want to end up or can even afford to end up in retirement.
Yeah. It's a truly an area that's been loved to death. And the billionaires squeezing out the millionaires, all the things that are tacked on to whenever you want to mention Jackson Hole, they're all pretty much true.
Yep. And there are great people that live there. And I don't begrudge anybody or what their income level is or anything else. But there's a carrying capacity. And I'm quoted often as I argue with my friends and neighbors about local politics. We're full and overflowing. And there's only so much more we can take.
Yeah. And it's evidenced in everyday quality of life. For instance, I need to get my tires changed. I don't know what I was thinking, but I put on winter tires on my truck, unnecessary. Now I want to change them off, and they're 2 weeks out at the tire shop just to change 4 tires. And my local favorite restaurant, whenever I go there on a Tuesday in March, and I go at 5:15, they say, do you have reservations? I'm like, no. This is like a 40-seater, and it's March, whatever, and you need reservations just to dine at a restaurant that, it's just aggravating.
As everything changes, in Jackson, another thing that's changed is there really is not an off season anymore.
Right.
Maybe a couple of weeks when it gets muddy, which won't be this year.
Yeah.
But it's crazy. It's not that much different where I'm at in Colorado, Jay. I live 40 miles from Aspen, and I have an office in Aspen as well, and elsewhere in Colorado. And I realized during ski season, if I had to go to Aspen, I had to leave at like 4:45 in the morning just to not spend 2 hours driving 40 miles. The traffic is so insane.
Yeah. It's a lot of Mountain West communities, a lot of any place that, and COVID really put things in high gear. I mean, we had these issues at resort towns prior, and then just times 10 since COVID. People want to get out of cities, get and get a little breathing space, but they're going to kill the golden goose when they get there.
As the author Jim Harrison once said, all the best places get swarmed.
Mm.
Yeah, and he said that in the 70s in Key West.
Oh, yeah.
And so it's always been the case. People want to be in the best places.
All right, we got to end on an up note. What else is on your mind?
Well, like I said, I'm looking forward to the summer. It's going to be a beautiful summer. Hopefully we get a little more moisture.
Yeah.
Keep an eye on the fire situation all across the West. Could be a real issue. They already had a fire in Jackson just a week ago.
Yeah.
Doing a controlled burn up by Wilson, got out of control, burned 300 acres. And thank goodness we've got such a great volunteer fire department and the Park Service and the Forest Service and everybody else. So they got it put out. But I think that's one of the things that is concerning folks looking forward to enjoying the summer. They got to keep that in the back of their mind and, of course, act accordingly.
I mean, there's going to be open fire restrictions like in May or something. Everything's on a 2-month advance schedule. It's just tinder dry out there, but we are enjoying a glorious summer. First day of summer was a few days ago. We just skipped spring, by the way.
Yeah, no, it's fantastic. And but on an up note, I would just say there's no better place to be than in Wyoming. And having spent a few months down in Colorado, it's not bad, but it's not the Cowboy State.
Yeah, good. That's the way they say it. Everything we're doing here on the Cowboy State Daily Show was all formed, created, visualized by this guy, Scott Anderson. As a consultant, he helped us put this show together, and if you're enjoying it, that's him. If you don't like it, blame him.
There you go, Jake. Thanks for having me on this morning.
You bet. Go Sox. Oof, that hurt.
Yeah. See you next time.
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Let's get Don Day in here. Speaking of warm temps, the day weather forecast. And we'll see if Dom's going to continue to make it hot. I mean, I think so. These are nice days, though. Got to admit. I mean, I do enjoy the temps. Beautiful day yesterday, Dom. This week looking pretty good. I see Thursday might be a little off day. Like, all of a sudden there's a cold front. You said that would happen.
Yeah, we have a cold front Thursday and Friday. But temperatures today and tomorrow are just going to go right back up again. I mean, back to possible record territory, especially tomorrow. Really warm couple of days as the high pressure ridge is coming back. And so it's still going to be hanging around. But Thursday and Friday, there's a lot of cold air in Canada. We mentioned this yesterday. The contrast between temperatures in Canada and Alaska and the lower 48 is huge. Luckily for us, only a little bit of that colder Canadian air leaks in Thursday and Friday, but there'll be parts of northern and eastern Wyoming on Friday that'll be 30 degrees or more colder than they're going to be tomorrow. So some areas tomorrow out on the eastern plains can hit the low 80s. Those same areas may only be in the mid 40s by Friday.
All right. In my simpleton meteorological knowledge, very simple, very basic. I'm like a caveman when it comes to what I know about weather. I see it's super cold up there in Alaska and super warm in most of the western U.S., most of the U.S., period. And I'm blaming this high pressure system, this dome that keeps out. If that wasn't in place, would it be so cold up north? Would the cold be able to dissipate? So that's in my mind. It's because the cold is trapped up there and it can't go anywhere.
Yeah, it is trapped, and it's the blocking pattern out in the North Pacific, the Bering Sea is the reason that it can't come in. And that's been the reason Canadian Air hasn't been able to enter this part of the United States during most of the season. I mean, if you want to, I think I'm starting to think the way this winter has gone that we're on an alternate weather timeline. That, if those time travel movies, like if you kill your grandfather, you go back in time, what happens to you?
Yeah.
Well, that's kind of how this winter has gone, to where if some things in the stratosphere hadn't happened with these polar vortexes and these stratospheric warming events, would we be on a much different weather timeline? And the answer is yes. I mean, it's becoming more and more apparent that something's happened this winter that just put us on a completely different trajectory that nobody saw.
Probably when we were all full of turkey and we had a tryptophan thing going and we fell asleep during the Dallas game on Thanksgiving. Look what happened. We woke up and we accidentally took the wrong path somewhere in late November.
No, we took the wrong pill. We are in a weather matrix.
We took the wrong pill. You know what I feel the last couple of days? One last thing, Don, is when I feel the breeze, and there's been a breeze, it feels and smells like summer, like it feels south. It's being pulled in from the southwest.
That's right. That's why. Yeah, you can feel and sense where the air masses come from for sure. Right. Without a doubt. Because the air's been coming out of the deserts.
Yes. Well, all right. I'm feeling the right things. We're on some weird alternative time warp path, as Don Day says. Thank you, Don.
Bye-bye.
Day weather forecast. We're getting to Paul Ulrich next after this.
The Wyoming winter? Not so great. About as disappointing as biting into an unsalted pretzel. But that doesn't mean it's going to be sunny and 72 degrees every day either. Cowboy State Daily has the best weather coverage in the state with meteorologist Don Day. Whether it's erratic spring snowstorms, record-breaking wind, or powerful thunderstorms moving across Wyoming, make sure you're tracking Wyoming's weather with meteorologist Don Day, exclusively at cowboystatedaily.com.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner! Go?
Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there.
Yeah, Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back with Paul Ulrich. And we're going to cover a ton of ground from the Middle East to the middle fork of an unnamed river. Because if we told you, we'd have to kill you. We got to protect our fly fishing honey holes. Paul, I want to talk about outdoor stuff, including fishing and how wildlife and any outdoor activities may be affected by our sudden onslaught of summer. Like, what the heck? I mean, I want to take the good because I'm not shoveling. I haven't shoveled barely all winter, and holy, I'm t-shirt weather in all of March. Crazy.
It's crazy. I don't understand it. I can't explain it. I don't know what it means. I'm as baffled as everybody else out there.
Well, then
I have plowed twice this year.
Yeah,
twice, and one was just because I was bored. I really didn't need to. And then the W, and I can't say the full word. Everybody in Wyoming knows that.
Yeah,
I have not seen that to the degree I've seen in Pinedale since I've lived there.
Right.
And it is driving everybody insane. So if we want to blame, the shenanigans at the legislature and everything else on something, it's the W. I'm absolutely convinced.
It could be.
All of us are losing our bloody mind.
Where they have wind in Wyoming, you've lived all over. We're going to talk about Meeteetse, Cody, Pinedale, all the places you've been. Where they have wind in Wyoming, it has been times 10. I mean, Cheyenne, Casper, yeah, they get wind, but not like this. And where we don't usually have wind, Jackson, Pinedale, Lander, like we don't have a lot of wind. It's been windy.
Yeah.
Snow.
I can't explain it. I'll say this, Jake. We need to get right.
We got to get right with somebody. Well, if we were having you on and turning to you for answers, well, that's over. Paul says, I have no idea what's going on.
I have no idea.
Never mind. Right. We'll give you an easier assignment. I want you to explain LPG, because man, I don't get it. The market force. Now, obviously, Paul, what is your title?
Day job.
Your day job, yeah.
Jonah Energy. I'm one of the vice presidents of Jonah Energy, and once again, back to the winter and lack of. The market responds, and the market responds very quickly.
Yeah.
Low demand, and so when we see the warmest winter in the West on record, and that is our market. Clearly, the price of natural gas plummets, and we're in the middle of that right now. I literally checked a few minutes ago. I think gas is trading, at $1.50. Which is uneconomic for Wyoming producers. And it's been that way for a few weeks. Short-term forecast is not good. And that's due to winter. Now, oil prices clearly, cause an effect with, the issues in Iran. But for natural gas prices, that's purely a product of the warmest winter on record. And nobody needing to turn their heat on. So
yeah, and here's what we're talking about to put it in perspective. Paul, when he's been on previously on the show, we've been talking about the whole the major $17.85 billion 3,500 well natural gas project, the expansion of the Jonah Field South, I guess it would be, and the big natural gas play there, and that's all tied up right now, and maybe that's okay with Jonah Energy at the moment, because natural gas is trading so low right now here domestically, and I want to get an idea of how local it is. Paul, you said it's a result of the mild winter. I totally get that. Meanwhile, New York, they used up all their natural gas trying to stay warm in New York State. But Texas is burning off natural gas because it's not worth, it's actually trading negative. I don't even know how that's possible. They're just
dynamic.
Yeah, they're just burning it. Meanwhile, we look at the Middle East, and there are LPG refineries that got bombed, and India is starved for natural gas at the moment for just do anything power-wise over there in that country. So how globally if Wyoming is sitting on a really nice play of natural gas, who wants it and how do we get it to them? And right now, nobody wants it locally because we didn't have a cold winter. Oh,
Jake, and I think you've hit on it, and you've asked the right question. And the answer is simple yet difficult. In order for Rockies producers, and in particular Wyoming producers, to really take advantage of the global market, we need to be able to access LNG ports. So that means either pushing east, which we get a discount on, so we don't get good pricing, and sending it very convoluted down to the Gulf, or we bite the bullet and we work together and we figure out a way that we can build and armor a pipeline to the West Coast and put in a West Coast LNG facility. Either in Jordan Cove, which has been, on the radar for years, or Mexico, or up in Washington State. But we need to get serious about it. Wyoming participated in a study last year to do exactly that. And we can do it. And what that does is open up the market, in particular to Asia, in a major way for Wyoming gas. And then we can be a participant in the global market much more than we are today, instead of just the West Coast market.
Take that advice from a kid who grew up looking for fish fossils. He was a fish fossil miner as a kid. I want to talk about your childhood in Meeteetse, Cody, Pinedale, because you got a great Wyoming perspective of things, and we'll get the topic back to this crazy spring and lack of winter. But one last thing, could you please explain liquid petroleum gas, liquid natural gas, and we just call all this stuff the same way we're learning there's different crude oils. There's this heavy dark crude oil out of Venezuela, there's light fluffy crude oil that we produce in the US. Like, are we talking about the same thing when we're talking about natural gas?
Well, methane's methane. That molecule is what it is. How it's produced is different. But the molecule is the molecule. You compress and chill, you liquefy, you're able to transport overseas. And that's really the part of the market in earnest that is lacking for Wyoming producers.
Okay.
Now, how you produce that molecule is an advantage in Wyoming. We produce it much cleaner. One, because we care about our environment. Two, we're very forward looking when it comes to making sure that we're reducing our impact across the board. And that has value. Absolutely. When you can offset that carbon, that has value to an end customer, that has value to countries across the world that have emission reduction goals. And Wyoming can provide that if we can get them the gas.
This guy we're talking to, Paul Ulrich, besides the day job, which is Jonah Energy, you can mostly find him outdoors. In fact, it's rare to find him out, inside right now. This is not his natural habitat. He's an outdoors kind of guy, big fly fisherman. Pinedale, Maine, the Wind River, that's a place to fly fish. But Paul, I'm worried trout fishing. I'm worried that, we always see kind of every summer, by the time we get to August, water levels are low, water is warm, and both those things do not do well for trout. In fact, anglers at that point, if they have any conscience at all, just don't go out on the river. I mean, it's not worth stressing the fish. I'm afraid we're going to get there early this summer where trout fishing is not great, and it's not great to trout fish. I'm scared.
Jake, I am too. I certainly don't understand what this weather pattern we're currently living in. But I can tell you right now, rivers that you would not think are floatable, are floatable. I have seen boats on the New Fork outside of Pinedale, certainly on stretches of the Green. To me, that's unheard of this time of year. And it does not bode well for August and September. Last year, August and September were a little bit rough.
Yeah.
But we didn't have the temperatures that we could be looking at this year. So you couple low water levels, low snowpack, perhaps a very dry spring, we've got real problems. So for everybody out there that wants to get on the river, do it now. Call your local fly shop.
Yeah.
Call Two Rivers in Pinedale. Call Casper. Call Thermop. And get out now and early in the season, because we don't know what August and September is going to look like. And most importantly, we've got to protect those fish when they're most vulnerable.
Yes. I don't know if this is the long game, if this is change, if this is the new summer now, 2 months advance, like we now call summer in Wyoming, March through July or late June. I don't know, but we're certainly advanced in how fast we got to spring. And it's not the first time. I saw you quoted in a story back in 2022. I think it was about the Nature Conservancy, about the idea that stuff was blooming. We've noted stuff blooming earlier, many flowers flowering 3 weeks earlier than they did in the 1970s. That changes wildlife behavior. Whatever it is, climate change, global warming, we're definitely seeing warmer temperatures earlier in the season in Wyoming. It's been ongoing.
Jake, it has, and I'm certainly not smart enough to point to the why, but I think all of us in Wyoming certainly can appreciate the change in what it means for us, what it means for wildlife patterns, what it may mean down the line for hunting seasons, what it certainly means for being a good steward of our wildlife, in particular on the river when it gets too hot and water levels are low, and doing the right thing.
Yeah.
And how we look at, when we camp, when we fish, and all those factors. It's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, wildlife animals adapt to the change, and we're going to have to do the same. We're just the top animal on the food chain. We're going to have to also adjust and adapt, whether that's a hunting season, changing when the hunting seasons happen, because we're seeing wildlife, they're changing to the changing times. Grizzly bears are waking up early out of hibernation because, hey, it's warm enough, and we may see, following the green up, we may see major migration of elk, mule deer, pronghorn start earlier and later or whatever, because they're just following what Mother Nature's doing. And when's the grass grow? That's when I make my move to higher climate, lower climate, all that. Elk refuge here in Jackson. You've got elk down in Pinedale. We saw like no elk on the refuge, or they showed up, but they realized we don't need to be at this restaurant. It was just a crazy winter, and ticks are out. We got that.
Well, that's for sure. And speaking of elk, I saw elk literally just outside of Rock Springs 2 days ago, and that's a first for this time of year. So we're seeing those changes. Yeah, and just like the wildlife, we're going to have to adapt as well. So.
Paul Ulrich, one last thing, we can't let you go. It's probably every time I think I try to remember every time I talk to you to ask you any future plans to run for office. I think you're asked all the time. You're going to run for anything? Politics in the future? No.
Yeah, this cycle, no. We'll see what the future brings. It's always a good and interesting question. Jake, I'll tell you this though. I do think. If there was ever a time for all of us to be very, very focused on the election and finding good candidates, supporting candidates that share your view, making sure they're funded, it's this year. So I'm not running. There's a lot of great candidates out there. Find them, support them, get to know them, and make sure we continue to make Wyoming the very best we can.
Yeah, people have been showing up, whether it's public lands issues or letting your electeds, your lawmakers know in the legislature what they're doing and what you're happy or not happy with. That's great. Get involved. That's all we can ask is people stay informed and involved. Thank you, Paul, for being on, and good fishing to you.
Sounds good. Take care.
All right.
Talk to you.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Jackie Dorothy's next. After this,
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because it felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
there she is, Jackie Dorothy, right on time, straight out of Thermop, Cowboy State Daily Show. It's about 98 degrees this morning in Thermopolis, I think.
It feels like it, that's for sure.
I didn't read the weather forecast for Thermop, but it's going to be warm across the state, according to Don Day.
It is.
All right, Jackie, let's see. I want to start with Pistol Pete because I was chatting with John Wagner, and I had written a story about where the University of Wyoming mascot comes from, that cowboy, the Pistol Pete dude. And I was focused more on the cartoon or the art or the logo.
Yes, the logo
of the cowboy, but not the actual live 3D running around mascot kind of guy.
I actually referred back to your story. And since you wrote that story, John Wagner had discovered even more about the logo. Ooh. And so it's fun. That's what makes history, always evolving, always discovering new little things.
History is always changing. No, but what we know and learn about it is.
It actually is.
So we're talking about University of Wyoming, and our famed, our thing is, of course, we're the Cowboys, the Wyoming Cowboys, and we have a cowboy, and we call him Pistol Pete. He may or may not be borrowed from another university or college or stolen or what.
Oh, it was even better.
Okay.
So Pistol Pete's origins, according to John Wagner, he was able to track it down to a logo company in California.
Really?
Yes.
You mean that's what their business is, inventing logos?
Yes, that was their complete business. They had an artist who created this cowboy character. They called it Pistol Pete. And he sent it to all these different universities, and 4 of them said, yeah, we like that. And it was the bookstores that selected the logo so they could put it on all the merchandise. And then Oklahoma and Wyoming are the 2 that kept Pistol Pete. And then they made up a story, I think, that Pistol Pete was based on this real Pistol Pete. But then in the Wyoming archives, I found a real Pistol Pete from Wyoming. That's what they called this cowboy. So if you Google Pistol Pete, there was this cowboy being bucked off a bronc in the 1920s. So, but it all came about. All those are the legends surrounding it. And it was because an artist was like, hey, you guys need a mascot. Here you go. And they sold it to all of the bidders, not just the highest bidder.
And meanwhile, that other university, who shall not be named, but let's name them. Who is that? We're talking about? Oklahoma.
And I can't remember which school. I mean, they only have one, right? I'm sure.
Oh, no.
I know.
So they found a way to sort of, after the fact, retrofit their Pistol Pete. And you think they found, here's a guy named Pete. He used to be a cowboy, Pistol Pete. And they tried to create a whole background after the fact, maybe.
That's what I'm guessing. I know how these stories work.
And Jackie said, I can do the same with Wyoming. I found a Pistol Pete too, huh?
I did.
All right.
And so then what happened then is, fast forward, it's late 1960s, 70s, and Wyoming doesn't have a mascot. And that's where this guy shows up, this student. This is a great, fun story that John discovered.
Great.
So you have the Spartans squaring off, and the Spartan mascot throws his spear at the Wyoming students, and they all charge him, and he has to go hide. So I just imagine this Spartan kid just take it off running. But he was so impressed that he came back to Wyoming the next year to get his master's in education. And then he became the cowboy, our Pistol Pete, in real life. He took that logo and made it his character. Just a fun story.
It is a fun story. Anytime you talk with John Wagner, set aside some time, because you're going to go down through some annals of history.
He was fun to talk to. I look forward to talking to him again. He knows his stuff, loves history. You and I can relate to that. And isn't afraid to spend hours digging through the archives to discover these hidden gems, these stories that otherwise would be lost to time.
Yeah. Great story from Jackie Dorothy on the origination of Pistol Pete, whether we're talking about the logo or the actual mascot. Several different stories, as history tends to do, depending on what story you want to latch onto.
So my theory about history is that our history becomes whoever is the last one standing, or the one that has the pen and paper. So that's where we get a lot of our historical stories.
It's funny how malleable history is. Like, same with statistics. You can make them do whatever you want to prove your case. Wow. I sort of know the guy that you're talking about, Eric, who hauls multi-million-dollar cars for the rich and famous in Wyoming.
Yes, I just thought this was a great story about somebody, the average person in Jackson. That's what I liked about this, is that Jackson does get a bad rap for having all these rich people, but you also have the people like you. And I love hearing the stories of people that create businesses like this. I mean, he had a cabinetry business. Now he's hauling cars. I mean, I think it would be fun to do more stories like this from Jackson. Don't you?
Well,
I mean, look at you and your wife.
No, these are the last 2 stories you can do. Eric and I are the last 2 regular people left in Jackson. You just did it. You exhausted your entire, story ideas. We're down to 2. All the rest are very affluent and. Yeah, but Eric, it's funny that you say Eric got into this, I guess, sort of by accident. It's not like he's a real car guy, right?
Right. Wanted to haul stuff, and it just so happened his first job was hauling a car. And he's like, hey, I could do this by myself. I like this. And so that's why he made that his business. And he's reliable, trustworthy. He says, all you have to do to have a good business is have your clients trust you and be able to do what you say you're going to do. Deliver the car safely, get it there. And I really like that aspect of this story.
No, that could be applied to any walk of life and anything.
Yep.
Yes, it is to be that rare person today, that can live and just do something regular in Jackson, but have attention to detail. And it's important to just do the job. So many people, may talk up the good game and then can't do it. Or all you got to do, it's simple. It's not rocket science. Get this really fancy car from here to here, man, and do it when and how you say you're going to do it. And Eric's managed to make is that his sole thing now? Does he have enough work to do that?
Sounds like it. And the other part of this story that I liked is that it's something I didn't really think about, but I do like cars, and we have a Willys Jeep that's worth more than just my RAV that I bought in 2009.
Oh.
And because it appreciates, that's what I like about it, is that instead of these cars depreciating, they come up in value. And I think that is another thing to look at. These aren't just merely toys, but they're investments.
I mean, they become such investments that sometimes they get to the level where you don't drive them. The owners of these cars are like, why don't you just drive it to Matiti? Oh, no, you don't drive this kind of car. It's like the big motorcycle rally. They have Sturgis. There's some bikes so fancy they haul them there. Why don't you ride it there? No, you don't ride a bike like this.
That's my retirement. That's my college fund for my kids.
Right.
And those are things that you don't think about either. And that's what I love about doing stories like these.
How did you find out about Eric, the car hauler?
I met his niece, and she was telling me what he did, and it just fascinated me.
Oh, man.
Yeah. And he said, I'll do anything for my niece.
Well, your story radar was up. That's
you always have to be. That's where I get a lot of my stories, is it's face-to-face talking to people. It's like today, I will be going and interviewing local people here in Thermopolis about a cookie jar auction we hold all the time. And so here in our little town of Thermopolis, population under 3,000, we've raised over $1 million to help people with cancer in just the last 20 years.
Yeah.
That's a lot of money. And this town.
That's impressive. Wow. Yeah, well, you have very good instincts for what might or might not be a story. Now, haven't you done that cookie? That sounds very familiar to me. Why is that?
I think I've talked about it before, but we've never done a story.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm
so I
excited
think
to see
that
it.
I mentioned it briefly when I talked about Martin Andreen. Remember the almost 90-year-old that repairs washing machines?
Yeah.
That was part of his story, is that his wife benefits from this community. And the New York Times had even picked it up back in the 80s and called us the little town with the big heart.
Oh.
So we do have a reputation for generosity and helping each other. It's just amazing what this community does.
Yeah, and that's Thermopolis's thing. There are a lot of communities throughout Wyoming that, when you get local, they have maybe one certain cause that they latched onto 10 years ago, 100 years ago, that they still do, and that's Thermopolis's thing. $3 million from that tiny town?
I think it was $1 million for but that's only on one organization.
Yeah.
Because we have the other ones. We have, when I started thinking about all the different things that this community does, it's fun. And we do have the Pioneer Home, and we have the Senior Center, and they just come together because we do have a retirement population that comes here, and they're not the high affluent ones, and they do need help from time to time, and that's where we're neighbors here. That's what's nice.
Cowboy State Daily has reporters scattered throughout the state. They'll cover stories outside of where they live, but we have reporters in Cheyenne, Cody, Thermopolis, and I'll bet coming up as we get close to 4th of July, we're going to want to know what each community is doing for the 250th. So keep an eye out for what Thermopolis
I know what
has.
we're doing.
You
We're
going to
doing
do
the
it up?
Yeah, we're doing the Trailblazers Days. And we're doing that in June.
That's
and
right.
that's where we're bringing in all of the wagons. That's another one, by the way, that I think that is a myth that got exploded, but it's a fun myth, is that we have all of these, we have a 16 mule team that's coming in, but we also had a lot of 14 horses that would come in and pull. And so there was these freight trains that would come in with huge amounts of horses that needed to turn around. So our town founder, Martin McGrath, was also the guy that was getting the freight. So he decided that the road needed to be wide to turn around these freight trains.
Yeah, when we're talking about history and how Thermopolis is going to celebrate this year, it is that Trailblazers Day, and we talked to that one Teamster. And for those of you who don't know, Thermopolis is Greek for turnaround town. Back in the day,
hot city.
No, it's turnaround town. Trust me, that's where the big mule trains. They said, "Well, they got to Thermopolis, like that's the end of the line. Let's turn around and go back where we came from."
Oh, I still my favorite story was still when they ran out of Pabst beer.
Yeah.
From November to February, they had no Pabst beer. And when that freight train came in from Casper and they had those cans of beer, there was people lining the street. They were getting their Pabst beer. 1903.
Celebrating. Thanks, Jackie. We'll see you Thursday.
You will.
All right.
I'll remember.
Cowboy State Daily Show. That's Jackie Dorothy. Let's get to news now.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Bighorn County's top prosecutor is asking for a trial date in the case of a man accused of force-feeding a 15-year-old girl Adderall before sexually assaulting her and evading law enforcement for 2 months. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Anthony Pease faces 4 counts of first-degree sexual assault and numerous other charges.
He was on the loose for more than 2 months. He's accused of force feeding this girl Adderall drugs throughout the day and forcing her to perform sex acts in the evening in a garage. And the documents say that when he went outside to use the bathroom, she texted a 16-year-old boy that she's friends with, and he and his mother went to the garage to confront the man.
Pease faces 2 felony theft charges, each punishable by up to 10 years in prison and $10,000 in fines, plus 4 counts of first-degree sexual assault, and that's between 5 and 50 years in prison and up to 10 grand in fines. Fire season has come early to Wyoming. All but 1 horse survived in Green River on Sunday as corrals were opened and horses let loose in the Scotts Bottom fire. Cowboy State Daily's Kate Meadows also reports that a fire near Lovell continues to burn.
The Cane Fire in Lovell started around the same time that the Scott Bottoms fire did on the other side of the state. It has burned over 1,900 acres, is about 10% contained as of Monday afternoon, and that cause is still under investigation.
Burn restrictions were in place due to dry, warm, and windy conditions in Bighorn County. A media post from the Bighorn County Fire Warden reads, quote, "Please, no burning. Our firefighters are spread thin and are all tired." I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. Wyoming Agriculture in the Classroom connects students to Wyoming's land and industries, engaging Wyoming students through curriculum designed for teachers to use in the classroom. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, teaches so many important things like agriculture, minerals and energy, outdoor recreation, and tourism. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. A 41-year-old Cheyenne area man charged with first-degree murder in the death of a 10-month-old girl told a judge on Monday that he couldn't afford a $1 million bond. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the district attorney had asked for $500,000 and the judge doubled it.
Number one, district attorney showed up herself to this, but I guess it's not as surprising when it's a first-degree murder charge. And when it came time to talk about bond, what should his bond be set at? She asked the judge for $500,000 cash bond. What that means is you got to put up $500,000 cash to make your bond. And when she said that, Mr. Haney kind of blurted out, "I can't afford that." And the judge responded, "Well, the bond, we don't set bond based on what defendants can afford."
If convicted of first-degree murder, John Haney could get life in prison. The death penalty isn't a consideration in this case because there's no evidence of premeditation. District Attorney Sylvia Hackle tells Cowboy State Daily after Monday's initial appearance. Another consequence of Wyoming's abnormally warm winter is a much earlier tick season. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that entomologist McKenna Smith says not only are ticks out and about now, but it's likely there will be more of them this year.
This has not been a normal year up to this point. So experts aren't confirming anything because we don't know, but they're anticipating that tick season is going to reach its peak earlier. Usually that happens in May. This year it could happen as early as April. And they're expecting to possibly be a lot more of them out there because there weren't as many killed off by the cold temperatures and snow we had over the winter because we didn't have much of either of those.
Ticks have a highly cyclical life cycle. When it's consistently warm enough for them to emerge from hibernation, their population explodes as they rush to get their once-a-year meal of blood from whatever source they can find. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire, how to control the flames, what to do with hot coals, how to secure your chains, but I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
Cowboy State Daily Show. We're back halfway through a Tuesday edition of the program. Thanks for riding along with us. I do want to talk about those two alleged criminals. One that can't believe the high prices of bonds these days. With prices like this, I can't afford to be a criminal. $1 million bond? Well, you should have thought about... Yeah, never mind. And the other dude, the Adderall girl... Oh. There is not a hell hot enough. And judgment awaits. Ticks? This is all bad news stuff. Let's look at the good news. The weather forecast. The down-day weather forecast looks glorious. Partly sunny, breezy, 75 in Casper today. Same for Riverton. Evanston, sunny, 67. Green River, 73, sunshine. Mostly sunny in Pinedale, 62. Paul, what a great day for Paul Ulrich to get out fishing. DuBois, mostly sunny, breezy, 58 the high. Jackson, 61, partial sunshine. In the Bighorn Basin, Thermopolis, 76 today. Cody, 71, partly sunny, breezy. Buffalo, partly sunny, 68. same for Sheridan. Mostly sunny at Gillette, highs in the upper 60s. Torrington, sunny, highs near 80 today. Golly, Torrington, 80 on March 24th. Cheyenne, partly sunny, breezy, 74. Laramie, 68. And partly sunny, breezy in Rawlins with a high 69 today. What a comfortable day. Don Day said this would be kind of the warmest day of the week probably today. Maybe a little bit of tomorrow, and then Thursday, a cool down. So you can knock 10, 15 degrees off the highs for the most part, for most of Wyoming on Thursday. A little bit of a cool down. Not packing a lot of moisture, though, from what we see. And that's the Don Day weather forecast. Jeffrey says, good morning from Jackson Hole. Now go home. Good morning from Jackson Hole. Now go home. I mean, there's probably a reference to Jackson being full. Yes, it is full. We're at carrying capacity. Jody says, good morning from Colorado Springs. We visited with Scott Anderson earlier that he's down there in the Colorado Springs area. Joanne wants to know what days in June I think is the Trailblazer Thermopolis. Joanne, it's June 12th through 14th. Trailblazer Days, Hot Springs County Fairgrounds, big celebration. This is sort of Thermopolis's precursor to 4th of July, 250th, all that, et cetera, et cetera. It's going to be Trailblazer Days. They're doing it up big. Find out more at Wyoming250.com. That's Wyoming250.com. And look for Trailblazer Days, June 12th, 13th, and 14th this year. It's just going to be a summer of celebration. We're going to go right from Trailblazer Days to 4th of July celebrations. Cody's going to do it up big. Sheridan Rodeo, Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo. I mean, we are just going to party all summer long in Wyoming for America's 250th. That's how I think we're going to do it. Sounds good to me. We have guests coming up this hour that include Cowboy Kevin Meyer will be here, and Tim Shepard. We're going to talk about, he's the head of the Veterans Commission. And we're going to talk about the welcome home ceremony going on in DuBois at the Military Museum. That's coming up on the 28th of this month, so this weekend. And that kicks off the Wyoming PBS documentary that you do not want to miss. Welcome Home from Vietnam. We've been talking about this film. We talked to U.S. Army Lieutenant Lee Alley. He was on the show. He's the star of the documentary, so to speak. And Tim Shepard will be on to talk further about that. So that'll be fun. Meanwhile, here's a chance for us to sneak in this day in history. Let's do it now, and then we'll take you to Rodeo Land. Texas officially opened to American settlers on this day in 1825. 1834, John Wesley Powell was born. John Wesley Powell, his run down the Green River to the Colorado River all the way to the ocean is legendary. Nobody had done it. Nobody had seen that part of the country prior to 1834. And John Wesley Powell didn't see much of the country outside the river. All he was doing is shooting the river. That expedition, and he repeated it later. I read the book. Fascinating to be the very first dude to document it. I mean, certainly somebody probably did it prior to John Wesley Powell. But that one-armed dude rafted the Green to the Colorado to the ocean. Unbelievable. In mid-1800s, he celebrates a birthday today in 1834. The school at St. Stephen's opened this day in 1890. In 1939, Earl Duran was killed while robbing a bank in Powell. Duran had been popularized in legend as a latter-day mountain man. He had been called by the media the Tarzan of the Tetons. In reality, he was just a Powell farm kid with limited knowledge of woodcrafting. But he became more famous than maybe he bargained for. 1939, this day, Earl Duran was killed while robbing a bank in Powell. 1966, the Selective Service announced the enactment of college deferments based on performance. In 1883, we're going back in time. Oh, I see, outside of Wyoming. 1883, long-distance telephone service began between Chicago and New York City, 1883. Can you imagine a time prior to that? If you wanted to get word from major metropolitan area New York City and you wanted to hear what was the latest Chicago Cubs score, if the Yankees were playing the Cubs in 1883, which baseball goes back almost that far, you'd have to wait till the train brought you the news. And by then, that was yesterday's game. So for the first time, telephone service between Chicago and New York, 1883. And on this day, 1975, speaking of the Vietnam War, the North Vietnamese commenced an offensive that would defeat the Republic of Vietnam. This day, 1975. All these things happen on this day in history, March 24. Will, what's going on in the world of rodeo? Let's find out from Will Rasmussen in the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen, back from the Arizona swing. And today on the show, world champion healer Jake Long. He's been to the NFR 15 times, and I love to talk to these guys about real life. We'll talk about that. Jake Long and his wife, 2 girls. We'll talk about that in just a few minutes here on the Rodeo Roadshow. Stay close.
Ranchers, Wednesday, March 25th is the 20th annual Peterson Grain and Cattle Production Sale at the ranch north of Havre, Montana. Selling are 49 yearling registered Angus bulls, stout, correct, and fed for the long run. The goal is to produce functional, durable, fertile cattle that make the commercial cowman's life easier. Bulls that work from the Milk River to the Bear Paws and Sweetgrass Hills. Cattle that work as hard as you do. Sale time is 1 o'clock. Also carried live on Northern Livestock Video. For all the details, visit petersongrainandcattle.com.
Calving season doesn't start when the first calf hits the ground. It starts now. If your cows aren't in the right body condition, you're already behind. That's why producers across the West trust Western Stockmans to keep mineral and nutrition programs balanced through the toughest months. Simplot mineral and supplement programs support strong immunity, healthy pregnancies, and the condition needed for live, vigorous calves. Visit SimplotWesternStockmans.com to find your local rep today.
Western Stockmans, making health a part of your animal's life.
Jake Long, world champion, talked to him not too long ago after he won a world title. I can't get enough of him, though. So Jake, tell me what's going on in your life. You're a husband, you're a father, you have your career. Just tell me about what's going on in real life.
Yeah, man, just been overly blessed. Got a wife and 2 girls, 13 and 17. They'll actually be, my oldest is turning 18 here in a couple months. So that is unreal to me in my brain for that to be a reality. And I tell everybody, you go from the new guy to the old guy really fast in this business. And but no, it's been a wonderful ride. It sounds so cool to hear you say world champion. I say it in my head sometimes, but it never sounds as cool as when you say it. So
anytime you need a pick-me-up, you just call me. You have my number. But world champion Jake Long. What's going on career-wise in 2026?
We've had an okay start. We won a little bit at San Antonio and a little bit at Fort Worth at Denver. And so, we ain't set no records or nothing, but we're doing okay on the start of the winter. And
a future Hall of Famer, and he's always so generous with his time. World champion Jake Long today on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Yeah, thank you, Will. Getting us updated on all things rodeo. National news, the Senate confirmed Markwayne Wallen as Homeland Security Secretary last night, taking the place of Kristi Noem, who was kicked downstairs, upstairs, sideways. She was maybe too aggressive for Secretary of Homeland Security. Certainly somebody had to take the fall over ICE operations, 2 deaths in Minneapolis. I mean, the axe had to fall on somebody. And Kristi Noem, with her firearms handling and all the Botox and the killing of the dog, I mean, she was too much of a headlines lightning rod for the Trump administration, even for Trump, who, is not a headline that guy doesn't want to grab. Even when President Trump thinks you're a maverick in his cabinet, then you really color outside the lines. And he had to move her to a special assignment. I don't know what she's doing now, but the new Kristi Noem is Markwayne Wallen. He was approved last night. An Iranian missile struck Tel Aviv over the last 24 hours, and the Pentagon said it's going to take a new approach to limiting access to the Pentagon to journalists. Also, RFK Jr., he's they're busy looking for head of the CDC. RFK is like higher up, and I think they're looking for the CDC. The agency is basically run leaderless. President Trump took office, appointed Susan Menares acting director back in January. She was confirmed in July and promptly fired in August because she didn't toe the Trump line. In fact, she said RFK was dangerous with his involvement in anything to do with health. And so she didn't last long. And since then, still don't have a director for the CDC. There are 3 candidates being looked at now. But they'll all have to pass muster, and they'll all have to pass presumably approval from RFK, who has his views on vaccines. He's also reworked the food pyramid model, and he's also brought 2% milk back to school cafeterias. He's been a busy guy. I don't, and he's also the memes of him working, sharing his workout sessions have been kind of weird. But RFK's stance on what went down over COVID, I find myself kind of in alignment with, and at risk of alienating me from those who don't feel the same way. I just had so many suspicions about the pandemic, about COVID and what it was and what we were told it was. And RFK basically, in his words regarding the coronavirus pandemic, said, quote, "We literally did worse than any country in the world when it came to addressing COVID, trying to stop its advance." Remember the whole what did they call the spike thing? Oh, we just have to get herd immunity, and we have to, what was the name of that? Dang it, I can't remember. Maybe I'll ask Cowboy Kevin Meyer when he comes on. It wasn't the curve. We have to get past oh man, it's all you heard for months. If we can just get past I can't remember. The 6 feet away from the dude in the bank line, all that stuff, man. It was just silliness. And RFK said the people at CDC who oversaw that process, meaning the pandemic, who put masks on our children, closed our schools, are the people who will be leaving. And RFK, he's already fired like 20% of the CDC. Anybody who spread the panic over COVID was left without a job, and it continues the house cleaning at the CDC. Let's get Kevin Meyer in here. We'll come right back with our resident cowboy after this quick break.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family, we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie.
Oh, yeah, I'll be right there.
Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Tuesday. Note for posterity purposes that Cowboy Kevin Meyer has gone to the straw on this early date, March 24th. Wow.
Yeah, it might be a cowboy fashion faux pas, but I tell you what, the last week or so, it has been straw hat weather for sure. And not only has it been warm, we've had a lack of air movement, which also kind of helps allow the straw hat to come out of the closet.
That's the new preferred term for the W word, air movement. The movement of air, otherwise known as the W word, which we shall not say. Yeah, Kevin, I mean, the felt comes on at first frost, regardless of the calendar, right? I think we can all agree with that. First frost, felt. Straw, is there a calendar rule for it? Like you don't wear white after Labor Day, and then there's Easter triggers some fashion sense, But the straw is more of a feel, right? Like all of a sudden you're doing something, you're working, and you're like, dadgum, it's hot.
For me, it is the first day that all of a sudden the sweatband inside that felt hat starts to get wet when I'm actually not doing anything. Now, if I'm digging post holes, no, that doesn't count. But if I start breaking out into a sweat when I'm walking from the house to the barn, yeah, that's straw hat time.
I feel you. Similar. In fact, Sunday, when I DJ the Cowboy Bar, I was gonna put on the lid. And depending on, whatever shirt I have on, I have a black hat or I have the silver belly. I'm like, which felt hat should I wear? And it crossed my mind for a second. Is it time for straw? I'm like, no, I can't go straw in March. But so I backed out. But you have boldly gone where no cowboy's gone before. Straw in March.
Yeah, I'm getting too old and grumpy to care what anybody thinks about my fashion choices.
There you go. All right, what's going on in the news that we should talk about? Could be anything.
Well, I came across an article the other day, and we in the cowboy business have always thought, well, all this fear over AI doesn't really affect us. Because, how in the heck is AI going to do the job of the everyday working $30 cowboy? Well, there is a company in New Zealand that has come up with what they call a cow collar. And I'll read you here. The solar-powered artificial intelligence-driven collars let ranchers herd cattle without fences, using GPS, sound, and vibration signals controlled through a smartphone app. The system also tracks livestock health and movement in real time, giving farmers a way to manage herds remotely. And this company is currently said to be worth $2 billion, and they're looking for more investors. Well, to me, this is the perfect example of people jumping into an industry that they know nothing about. Although, if they were to be successful, it would certainly change the tenor of the coffee shop mornings. You always see a few old farmers and ranchers at the coffee shop hashing out all the world's problems, much like you and I do here every Tuesday. Well, now you're going to go over and see a bunch of old timers trying to manage their smartphone and trying to move their cattle around, and that'll definitely change the conversations. But the developers of this technology clearly don't know much about cattle and what it's like to try to herd a cow. They think that they're going to control a bunch of old Wyoming desert or mountain cattle with some vibration and some sound.
All right, before we talk about the realities of this great super tech, and before we poo-poo it, and Kevin Meyer's is going to tell you about all the things that can and will go wrong, let's go back to the original idea, the notion. Actually, there are supposed at least one ranch in Wyoming that is testing this virtual fence kind of idea, and the idea that collared cows could get some kind of signal remotely on where they can and can't go when they're out there grazing. So the new Range Rider can now be found at Starbucks with a couple of cowboys gathered around with their phones. And, somebody can say, hey, good to see you, Hank. They're like, hang on, I got to move 800 head to the other, to the back 40. And it's just click, 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 click. It seems like way futuristic, man. And are we going to replace the fence rider? Because that's the one job, boy, through history, nobody's really liked to do. I got to go ride fence on this spread. And when you're talking about like the Pathfinder Ranch, some of these gigantic ranches, they've long maybe parked the horse and grabbed the four-wheeler. They gotta cover some ground on some of these ranches. But can you, Kevin, replace the actual person and maybe a stock dog or two when you need to push cattle, move cattle one place or keep them out of a place. Can you do that with a collar? You thinking? I don't think so.
Well, considering the average success rate of actual physical fences keeping cattle where you want them,
right? They don't work so good either.
Yeah, so that's the first thought I had was, well, I suppose if you had a small herd on a small acreage, it would probably work pretty good, especially once you got your cattle trained. And I know that you can train cattle to electric fences. A lot of people use electric fences to do high intensity grazing systems, but those aren't 100% effective either, especially if you have a longhorn cow like I used to have that would use her horn to lift up the electric fence, let all the others underneath it, and then she would shut her eyes and just bowl through it and take the shock. But the bigger thought is that the people developing this are under the assumption that there is cell service everywhere in the West.
Yeah. That was an issue in stories I've seen about its application to Wyoming. Not only the original investment, ranchers are going to want to know one thing, besides will it work? What's it going to cost me? Like, fence costs money, hiring hired hands costs money. But bottom line is, if I'm ranching, if I'm grazing, what's it going to cost? How much are those collars? And then there was the issue of infrastructure, a tower. You would need to build some kind of towers in mountainous rural Wyoming to even get signals, to even make this work. Yeah, did they think of this in New Zealand, which in my mind is a country so small, like I could throw a rock from one end of New Zealand to the other, right? It's tiny. It's like as big as Niobrara County.
Yeah, and I'm sure that the developers were not thinking of the American West when they came up with this, and I'm sure it'll be a great tool in certain applications. There's just of course, anytime you read something like this, you immediately go to how it would work within your lifestyle. And they were talking about it's going to save farmers and ranchers so much money because they won't have to hire as many people and they'll be more efficient and whatnot. Well, you know better than I do because you deal with a lot more tech. How much of your day is spent trying to update apps on your phone, trying to get your phone to work, trying to get your computer to restart?
Yeah.
And you're out there trying to get your cattle gathered up. And first off, you have to ride up to that one hill that you have 2 bars of service on to try to get that app to work.
Yeah.
You get up there and it's updating, but of course you don't have enough service to get the update. So you might as well just go ahead and keep your dogs and your hired men because you're going to end up having to call them anyway.
Yeah. The same issues using tech and not using tech. I'm pretty tech savvy, and yes, I can think of all the things that'll go wrong. Like, there'll be some update you didn't do, or there'll be some weird glitch. Meanwhile, in the old days, the similar would be, if you have a cow quit the bunch, you just stick your healer on him. Go that one, or he's already on it. But tech wise, yeah, I don't know how many people can get there, and I don't know how many things apply to Wyoming that are field tested in New Zealand or elsewhere. Wyoming is unique. I read stories like Amazon delivering my groceries with a drone, and I think I can't even get pizza delivery where I live. Like, how is that ever going to come to Wyoming? Like, no.
Yeah, but that's the first article that I've read where they are going to try to apply artificial intelligence into the ag world or the cattle world. I know they've been using it for farming, the self-driving tractors with the GPS systems for a while. But,
yeah.
That tells me that the powers that be driving this artificial intelligence, they are going to seek out every nook and cranny of human society to try to figure out some way to take over our lives.
Because they're in the investment stage. They're trying to get investors on board. Like you said, $2 billion, they need to show that this could be applicable anywhere. New Zealand, Australia, Wyoming, it's all the same. This is going to work. This is the future. Kind of like the robo horse that we talked about like a year ago. That there's a robo horse. There's all these AI things that are in idea space, but man, when you put it on the ground in Douglas, Wyoming, or out in the middle of nowhere, I don't know.
Well, the other last thing that I thought about was I'm sure these collars are not going to be cheap, and they're probably not thinking about the big ranches that have 10,000 mother cows on them. They're thinking about the smaller deals, but anytime you get too technical and too much computer chips, just like the vehicle, I'm sure you've had this experience as well, that your vehicle just stops working. And in the old days, you'd crack the hood and break out the tools, and you'd figure out at least how to limp it into somebody that knew more about it than you did. Well, now one of those computer chips goes out, you're just done. So don't tell me that's not going to happen with these collars, or get one hung up on a tree and get broke off. So to me, this looks like they didn't do enough market testing with the people that are going to be trying to use it.
No cowboys were consulted in the R&D phase of this, computer collar thingy. We've talked to people that are doing electronic ear tags, though. There might be a future for that. It didn't give cows any messages or anything. It just allows you to create a database, keep track of every cow. I mean, we already ear tagged them. Cowboys are already familiar. A rancher already knows, oh, yeah, that's cow 187. She's a tough birther. We want to keep her close to the barn during calving season, whatever. We already ID the cows, so that seems like reasonable ear tag. But the idea of collars on every cow, that could be the new cow rustling future. In the old days, we stole cows. In the new days, they're just going to steal the collar. Your neighboring ranch would be like, hey, that's a $400 collar there. And you'll be watching your herd on the phone. You'll be like, hey, all of a sudden my herd is in, they were in Douglas before. Now they're in Meeteetse. What's going on? They all got trailered somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
All right. So, sometimes tech isn't going to work.
No, sometimes just like you said, a guy, a horse, and a couple dogs. It's been a system that has worked really, really well for a long time, and sometimes we don't need to reinvent everything.
Yeah, and I'm not the robo horse, the AI. Yeah, I'm not there yet. Maybe in the future, but you and I, thankfully, will be long gone when this becomes the new norm. Enjoy another sweltering day in Douglas, Kevin.
All right. See you, my friend.
Okay. Cowboy State Daily Show. Kevin Meyer, our resident cowboy, making horse sense of the world. And is AI ready for the ranch? I don't think so.
In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakimick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakimick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
And back from break on the Cowboy State Daily Show. I'm looking at one of my favorite pastimes is to look at this map. What is it called? This time it's Geography Explained. But I see these pop up on Facebook every now and then. Interesting maps. It's like map porn or something. Interesting maps. This latest I'm looking at from Geography Explained identifies the worst city in every state. Now, the metrics are not explained thoroughly, and it's not really important. If we can just agree on whatever our own personal definition of worst city, the city in every state that if you asked everybody in the state, what's the one town, the one city you're most embarrassed by, you wish didn't exist, or that's the worst city, whatever the metrics. And it could be anything, crime, traffic, quality of life, however you would define it. And I find I have been to every state except the ones not attached to the United States, Hawaii and Alaska. And I find for the most part the map is fairly accurate, including Wyoming's worst state, worst city. I think they got it right. And I'm gonna share it if you're on the visuals. It's kind of small, but spoiler alert, let's go right to Wyoming. The worst city in every state, according to Geography Explained. And in Wyoming, with all apologies to the mayor of Rock Springs, who's going to be on the show, I think, tomorrow. Shh. The answer is Rock Springs. The answer we're looking for. Rock Springs, worst city in Wyoming. I think that's fairly accurate. Again, generalizing and again, recognizing there are no actual metrics or data. This is just a feel, right? It's just a feel. Rock Springs, worst city in Wyoming. Yeah. I find other proof of what I think is correct. California is separated into northern and southern. Bakersfield in California definitely gets a lot of grief. Now, Bakersfield is the one real city. Bakersfield is pretty redneck. And it's the hometown of Dwight Yoakam, right? I think. But Bakersfield doesn't really fit the profile of California. For instance, they're more likely to go eat a steak at a restaurant in Bakersfield, whereas the rest of SoCal, you go out to the restaurant, you're going to eat Sprouts. Bakersfield, I can totally get it. Yep. Texas, worst city in Texas, Dallas. And I totally get that because Dallas does not equate to Texas. Dallas is no more Texas than Jackson Hole is Wyoming. Dallas is now a Fortune 500 company. It's similar to Atlanta. Atlanta's not Georgia. Not really. If you're thinking of all the things that are the South, that are Georgia, it's full of people that just got there yesterday and they're only there to work their Fortune 500 job. Dallas does not belong in Texas anymore. So I think that's pretty accurate. Other places that I know of that I think are right on, Jackson, Mississippi. In fact, the entire state of Mississippi, honestly. Pick a state. I mean, worst city in every state, throw a dart at Mississippi, and wherever it lands, that's the worst city. Good enough. Yeah, I think that's pretty accurate. Jackson, Mississippi, worst city in Mississippi. What else? Oops, I messed up my, yeah. What else I think is pretty right on? Orlando, Florida. You can make an argument for Miami, which anybody who lives in Miami could tell you it's like little Cuba. Not that there's anything wrong with Cuba. At least once Trump takes it over. Yeah. Miami's like little Cuba. Miami's like Havana 2.0. They could be in the argument, but Orlando, yeah. Orlando, when I've been there, it's like there's a pawn shop on every block. There's a rent to own. Orlando's just so Orlando's the trailer park of Florida, really. There's a rent to own shop on every block, and then right next to it there's a pawn shop. Yeah, that's kind of Orlando. For New York, which I grew up in New York, Albany, the state capital, is listed as the worst city in New York. Albany, just for the weather. Totally agree. You'll never see a sunny day in Albany ever. It's akin to Scranton, Pennsylvania, which happens to be the worst city in that state. Totally right. And I think both those are based on weather and industry. Albany is the source of all things government, and the weather sucks. Same thing for Scranton. How about Michigan? Flint, Michigan. That's kind of a no-brainer. Don't drink the water. Can't drink the water. Flint is, economic times tough in Flint. I think that's pretty accurate. Tennessee, I'll give you one guess. Memphis is one of the most violent cities in America. Your life expectancy in Memphis is like 2 months. Shooting, stab. Memphis is so crime riddled, and I was there before it got real bad, and you could sense like Memphis had this. I mean, a great city, rich in history. Love Memphis, but holy cow, the crime is out of hand. President Trump sending troops to cities where crime is bad. Chicago, yeah, that's a no-brainer. But Memphis, dude. And then somebody tried to defend it. I'm looking at the Facebook comments, and somebody said Memphis is not that bad. Memphis has an unfair reputation. Not really. That city is a hellhole. And until they get crime figured out, Memphis definitely the worst city in Tennessee. What else is on the map that I agree with or don't agree with? Let's see. Here's one I thought was baffling to me, and I could bounce it off of a fellow of somebody who lives in South Dakota, but I don't know anyone who lives in South Dakota. Does anybody know anybody who lives in South Dakota? I don't. I love South Dakota. It's a great state. For being flat. I'm not a huge fan of, Nebraska, Iowa, North and South Dakota. I mean, they're featureless states, and they do a whole lot of ag, which much respect. But, as far as topography, But South Dakota is cool, I think. I really like South Dakota. And the worst city in South Dakota on this list is Brookings, which is the college home to South Dakota State, which is a fun little college, home of the Jackrabbits. In all the times I've been to Brookings, which is a lot, I've stayed overnight in Brookings. I've watched a football game in the bar in Brookings. I've enjoyed Brookings. I find it a charming town. I'm surprised that city is listed as the worst in South Dakota, and I wish I could get the opinion of somebody else in South Dakota, see if they got it right, but I can't find anybody who lives there. Indiana, Gary, Indiana is listed, and I know others. I don't know Indiana good enough. But I know that Gary, Indiana, for the most part, if you ask any Indianan, what's the worst city in your state, most of them would agree it's Gary for whatever reason. Ohio, Dayton is listed as the worst. I'm surprised any city could beat Cleveland as far as economy and weather. Cleveland is the Albany of Ohio and the Scranton of Ohio. I'm surprised Cleveland got beat out, but it did. Dayton is listed as the worst city in Ohio. Okay. Alabama, it's Birmingham. For lack of, I guess, any other city, I guess I'd go with that. Care to guess what it might be in Colorado? Our neighbors to the south. Worst city in Colorado listed as, according to Geography Explained, Pueblo, which I could get an alignment with. I mean, you could pick one. Denver has gotten too big. Denver has outgrown itself. Denver has its challenges. Although, for a city in the West, it offers a lot. There's a lot of things to do, a lot of good things about Denver. But Pueblo, I agree. Pueblo is just a soulless city if you've ever been there. It feels like no soul, and it exists entirely as a mailbox repository, right? Like anytime you mail away for something, it's always in Pueblo. Like, for whatever reason, I think it's the loose LLC regulations or the LLC environment of Colorado. But everybody is sort of incorporated in Pueblo with no actual existence there. It's just a mailbox in Pueblo. In other words, if you get a box of Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, if you have an issue with your Frosted Flakes, if they tasted stale or you thought the box wasn't filled up enough, if you got a problem, write to Kellogg's Frosted Flakes, Pueblo, Colorado. Like everything is in Pueblo, Colorado, where you would mail for your coupon, your money back, rebate. It's all in Pueblo. And that's the only reason that city even exists in Colorado. There's no real people there. It's just a mailbox. Pueblo, Colorado. Idaho, Caldwell is listed Is Caldwell like the heartland of the Aryan Nation? Maybe. I don't know. I could do Caldwell. For Montana, it's Browning. I can't say I've ever been there. I could see Butte being the butt of jokes in Montana. Excuse the pun, the Butte of jokes. But Browning? What about Washington, Spokane? Mostly because it's probably going to be a city on the eastern side where it's flat and dry. Spokane is listed. In Nevada, it's not Sin City. It's Sparks, Nevada. How about Utah? What is the worst city in Utah? I'll give you 5 seconds to formulate your opinion. Time's up. I can think of few. I'm not a huge fan of Blanding. Blanding to me seems bland, but maybe it's not big enough. Hanksville, Price, but it's Provo, and I think Provo gets knocked because it's all part of that sprawling metropolitan region that is Salt Lake. Salt Lake, Provo, Ogden, it's all become one mass of people, and for whatever reason, Provo is listed as the worst city in Utah. All the rest of the map, it seems more accurate than inaccurate, I'll say, in my opinion. But again, it's all opinion. And what you think are the worst cities in your state. Coming up next hour, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Trevor Wilson will stop in. The Wyoming High School Sports Association director, head, president, whatever that title is. He's also the father of Logan Wilson, the linebacker who just announced his retirement from pro football. Renee Jean will stop in as well. All coming up on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake next hour, final hour on a Tuesday. Thanks for spending your day with us. It's time now for news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Wyoming U.S. House candidate Reed Reisner has sued a fifth person for defamation, this time in federal court. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that brings the total case count to 4.
It's the fifth civil defendant in a slew of 4 cases. It's the first one I've seen go federal, which happens when you have citizens of different states in a civil clash. That happens. And so all of these lawsuits pretty much ratchet down to what Reisner has characterized as social media defamation campaigns and onslaughts.
Reisner is vying for the GOP nomination for Wyoming's lone U.S. House of Representatives seat in a crowded field comprising of State Senate President Bo Beitman, former Superintendent of Public Instruction Jillian Balow, Secretary of State Chuck Gray, and 2 Casper-based military vets, David Geralt and Kevin Christensen. Game wardens sat in the dark for 5 nights in Cody waiting for a serial poacher to strike again. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that it was on that 5th night that authorities say they heard the sound of a compound bow, and the science that followed tied one man to 9 dead deer.
It was CSI for Game and Fish. It's always fun when science solves a crime. This is a great example of Wyoming Game and Fish is going to use the technology available and really take all poaching cases seriously.
Joshua Timorat Wheelhauer was to face trial in February of 2025, but before it began, prosecutors and the defense reached a plea deal, guilty on 9 of the 18 misdemeanor charges, $18,000 in restitution for the deer, and 1 full year in county jail. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this. In Wyoming, we don't just use natural resources, we take care of them. The land, water, and wildlife we depend on today were shaped by generations before us. Thoughtful stewardship means using what we need, protecting what matters, and leaving it better for those who come next. That's the lesson Wyoming kids are learning with Wyo Wonders. Our curriculum, Wyo Wonders, is built for elementary students by Wyoming industry professionals. Use it for free now at wyowonders.org.
As spring and summer approach, you may be thinking of adding some trees, installing a fence, or any other excavation project at home or professionally planned. This is Jan Warren, Executive Director for One Call of Wyoming. Keep in mind, it's illegal to dig or excavate without first contacting 811 2 full business days before you begin. This free service allows utilities to mark their service lines, preventing damages and outages, as well as keeping the public safe. So go to onecallofwyoming.com today or dial 811.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. America's first extreme sport has roots going back 300 to 400 years. It's called Indian Relay, and Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reports that the sport is moving its championship from Casper to Cheyenne Frontier Days Park.
It's a fistful of feathers for Cheyenne's cap lately with all these things that they are attracting and bringing in. And the latest one being this Indian Relay. CEO Tom Hersig said there's not many things that compare to Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo, but this is one that he says actually does compare in the level of excitement. The race is September, but if you want to see a preview, Tom told me they're going to do like a certified race during Cheyenne Frontier Days.
Jamie Howard, a board member for the Horse Nation Indian Relay Championship Council, tells Cowboy State Daily the choice was such a no-brainer, organizers didn't even look at any other location when they decided it was time to seek a larger venue. Trying to convince a retired judge to add a fresh challenge against Wyoming's newest abortion ban into a case that's been ongoing for a year amounts to judge shopping, a Wyoming Attorney General's deputy argued. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that Wyoming has been trying without success to ban most abortions since Roe v. Wade was overturned in 2022.
This time, the pro-choice coalition that always gets Wyoming's abortion bans blocked did something unique. They filed their case in a case that's already a year old, asking the retired judge presiding over that action to loop in the new challenge to this case that's already been progressing for a year.
After years of more temporary court blocks on such laws, the Wyoming Supreme Court on January 6th struck down 2 abortion bans altogether. It ruled that abortion is health care and access to it is protected as a fundamental right under the state constitution's promise of health care autonomy. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuck.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself.
What are you doing? What are you looking for?
All right, Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake in our final hour. Trevor Wilson's with us. He's the commissioner of the Wyoming High School Activities Association, basically running the show when it comes to high school sports. We're going to talk about all kinds of topics, high school sports. I mean, beginning with the story of the year. It's that Hayes girl, Molly Hayes. And now her sister, Grace. What the heck, Hayes? Grace, Molly was like the greatest of all time. Grace, and when I watched her play as a freshman, I thought this kid's going to be better than her older sister. Cody Phillies, what a basketball season. I don't know why I picked to start there, but I did, just to see if you're a Cody Phillies fan, Trevor.
Yeah. Well, my first job was in Cody. I don't know if you knew that or not. I was there too. I was the activities director and assistant principal for 5 years in 2000 and 2005. So Gracie was I don't even know if she was born yet, but Yeah, she's a great player, and they had a great year, a great group of girls. But yeah, Grace is she's very, very good. Her sister was obviously very, very good, and we'll see where it takes her. But yeah, she's got a great future.
I know why I bring it up. Cody Phillies, obviously, they've been a class act. I think they went through the season undefeated, 3A champs. They need to be kicked upstairs to the 4A. I want to talk about how conferences, how do you decide who's in 3A, 4A, 2A, 1A, who's playing six-man football? Obviously, it's school size. How many kids go to this school? But is there any other configuration, Trevor, that would get you into a different conference?
I mean, the only way, I don't know if you remember, but when we went into this last school year, we had a different structure, which took 700 and above, and it just ended up being we had schools move in and out of classes. It was just very, very awkward. It would end up having 2A with 11 schools. It just wasn't a good thing for our schools. So we kind of had to move quickly. And so we came up with this new system. I don't know if it's new, but it's 16. So that puts Cody back up into 4A beginning next year. And then 16 and 3A, I think Tongue River goes up. And then 18 in 2A, and then 20 in 1A. So we'll see how that goes. That's similar to what we've done in the past, but yeah, I don't think anybody's feels sorry for the Cody Phillies moving up to 4A. They'll be fine.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
we'll see.
Yeah, the Phillies and, that football team. I mean, Cody, and that's not what we're basing those things on. If so, Star Valley would be in 5A because they're just too good at everything. We would have to invent a conference for them. But is any consideration made, Trevor, when deciding who's in a conference, who's in the East, who's in the West, with how far you would have to go to travel? I mean, you're talking 3.5, 4, 5 hour trips for some teams to play each other.
Yeah, for sure. And just so our association, we don't determine conferencing. We determine, like we talked about, how many schools are in each classification. And from there, we turn it over to the schools to decide if they go east, west, north, south, because just what you talked about, we travel a lot in our state, especially the schools, Cokeville, Jackson, Star Valley. They have nowhere else to go but far away, right?
Yeah.
So it's very difficult. We only have 70 high schools. So it's hard, and we do travel a lot. And but for the most part, when our schools make those decisions, they consider everything, and they don't want to, have somebody in a conference where it's impossible for them to get to. So our schools do a great job of working together and coming up with what's best. I'm not saying it's perfect, but our schools do work very hard and care about each other and try to make it right.
So you're still, I would say, compared to Ron, fairly new to the gig. Ron Laird, for 19 years, he was running the WHSAA commissioner, and in 2023, that fell to you. What? So far, so good. You're obviously settled in now, and I want to talk about what might be the biggest challenge to what you do. And that's something maybe we couldn't have foreseen 5 years ago, and that's this whole name, image, likeness. That's certainly, that's a bugaboo. That's a big thing in high school. Is it even a concern for Wyoming? There was legislation, and are we going to allow NIL monies in high school in Wyoming? Not that it would come on its own, but do we have to be ahead of it?
Yeah, well, we tried to develop a policy that would allow it. Obviously, right now, you just talked about it. We now have a state statute. I don't know if it goes in July 1 or when it takes place, but so really NIL is no longer an issue for us because we can't have it. Our kids are not allowed to have it. So we just continue to follow our rules, just like we have in the last, similar rules for the last 30 years. And right now it's simple. We don't have to worry about it. We don't have to worry about developing a policy or even considering a policy because our state statute no longer allows it.
You know, when you think about what would anything like that ever happen in little old Wyoming, where a 16-year-old would get offered money to be on a certain high school team? But, you know, in the Cheyenne area, who wants to play sports for South right now? There have been issues where, are you Cheyenne East? Are you Cheyenne Central? Are you South? And money would just complicate that.
Yeah, it certainly would. And it could create some problems. I think typically with high school NIL, it's just not what we see at the college level. I mean, it's not even close to that.
Yeah.
But, you know, it certainly could, you know, bring up some issues. We would still have our transfer rules, of course, that we would follow, which, as you know, college level has nothing. Kids can just go wherever they want, whenever they want, to the highest bidder, so to speak. So, but anyway, we don't have to worry about it anymore. It's taken care of. It's out of our hands, and we'll follow state statute and just move forward.
Maybe our lawmakers were thinking of a scenario where you would have a hard-hitting safety playing for Natrona County, and his name is Logan Wilson, and maybe Kelly Walsh says, boy, we would love him in Trojan Green.
That's obviously hypothetical, but that certainly is one of the fears that our schools had. You know, why do we even want this potential to happen? So again, it's over, and that certainly could have happened. I think it would have been very, very minor at that time, but at the end of the day, we'll just move forward and no NIL for our kids.
Yeah, I mean, I just hate what's become of the whole college football landscape. Let's talk about Logan. By the way, Trevor Wilson, the father of Logan Wilson, just announced his retirement after a really nice run with the Cincinnati Bengals. And then I don't know what caused the move to Dallas, but the Cowboys didn't see a whole lot of value in having Logan. They didn't give him a lot of playing time. And then finally Logan says, you know what, let's get out while I'm still healthy. What's the thinking there?
Well, obviously this season didn't go how he or any of us really wanted it to. So,
you
know, mid-season when he got told by the Bengals that he was going to get basically demoted, he decided that it was best for him to, if he wanted to continue his career, to find somewhere else. And Dallas was the home. And I just like you said, I don't feel, and I don't think he felt like they gave him really a chance to play a lot. But those decisions certainly aren't mine. Those are coaches, and they know a lot more than I do. But so at the end of the season, I mean, even during the season, he was contemplating retiring because, you know, his shoulder needs another surgery. His knees beat up a little bit. So at the end of the day, he just decided after 6 years, it's enough. And he wants to be a full-time dad and husband and do that. It's been a wonderful run. And the folks in Wyoming have been fantastic. He's got the best fans in America. And he'll continue to give back to Wyoming. I think they're going to live in Colorado, at least at the beginning. I don't think they want to deal with the Wyoming wind, especially in the wintertime, which I don't blame them. So yeah, it's been a great run, and very proud of everything he's done, not only on the field but off as well.
Yeah, I think the whole state is Logan Wilson fans, certainly. Whatever's best for him and his family. You know, Jared Petrino and I were talking last week about it when we heard the announcement, and we were speculating that on the defensive side of the ball, your longevity playing that game and getting paid to play the game of football, I think, is limited. It's not like quarterbacking where you can do that up to age 40. You have to go seek and initiate violent contact as a linebacker in the NFL, and that's hard on the body.
Yeah, it's a tough sport. I think the average in the NFL is like 1.2 years. Now, that could mean a lot of things. People get cut, injured, all that stuff. But the expectancy of an NFL player is not very long, and certainly 6 years feels like a long time for a linebacker. But like I said, it's been a great run, and he's been very blessed.
Trevor, let's get back to the role of commissioner of the Wyoming High School Association athletics, anything to do with high school sports, as falls under the purview of Trevor Wilson and a board and a great staff. Some of the challenges besides the NIL is homeschooling of kids. And this ruling that, that if kids are homeschooled, they should be allowed to participate in sports. But what happens if everybody is homeschooled and there's no longer brick and mortar students at the high school? It's issues.
Yeah, I mean, we've allowed homeschool students to participate in activities since the 1980s, sometime in there. And you mentioned a little bit, but the trend seems to be that there's more and more homeschoolers out there. And when our legislatures passed I don't remember what it was called, but it gave basically each homeschooler a stipend. Then they took it away. It was unconstitutional, but that really increased that as well. So who knows what we're going to see, but we have seen a trend upward as far as the number of homeschools out there. So, I certainly hope it doesn't take away the brick and mortars, but it's kind of heading that direction.
How about officiating? We had the wrestler, I can't remember his name now, sort of like he's like has a handle on all wrestling. And you're a former wrestler, right?
Long time ago.
Yeah. Maybe back when the guy I'm trying to think of, maybe back when he was doing wrestling.
Who are you talking about? One of our officials?
He's the unofficial head of all officials. He's kind of coordinates.
Yeah, so Jason Wasserberger.
Yes.
Once I started this position, we have I wouldn't say assigned, but we hired coordinators in each sport, and they help us with issues that take place, rules, interpretation, some of those things. Yeah, but Wasserberger's been awesome. He's been one of our officials for a long, long time, and he's trying to get out of that role as much because he's got young kids coming up, but he still is going to help us be the coordinator or the coordinator, for wrestling. And he's done a great job with recruiting young kids and been a great advocate for the sport of wrestling, and we want to keep him around as long as we can.
Yeah, and so when we had Jason on, he did what he wants to do in his life is to pass the baton to a new generation of officials. But that highlights not just in wrestling. I mean, officials in soccer, football. Like, who wants to do this job anymore with parents? There are some parents that are a little over involved. And that's, that is the future of high school sports. If you can't find guys who want to put on the zebra stripes or women, we're not going to have high school sports. That's tough.
Yeah, correct. And I think for the most part in Wyoming, our sportsmanship is okay. I mean, it's better than what I hear in a lot of other states, but certainly could be better. But that's the number one reason why officials no longer officiate or choose to stop officiating is because of the poor sportsmanship. So we'll continue this will be a topic of conversation long after our time. I mean, I think we'll always be looking for officials 50 years from now. If we're still playing sports, we'll be needing officials. So it's a constant battle for us to try to get young folks involved, but we'll just continue to do so. And when we hire these coordinators, that's part of their job too, to help reach out and try to find some more people.
Well, I love everything you're doing. High school sports is so important to things that are far-reaching beyond sports. What we're doing for the next generation of young men and women, sports molds them and prepares them for life. That well beyond, long after they've forgotten the playbook, they're going to remember the life lessons they learn in sports. Any of these student athletes that participate in sports, it's why we have high school sports. So thanks for everything you do, Trevor. Two more questions. When can we take the state championship trophy out of the Cheyenne East girls locker room, or are we just going to give it to them permanently?
Well, it seems like it's a little permanent right now. They had a very nice team as well. And I don't get to see as much as I used to, but certainly get to see them at state tournament. Very impressive. And they've had a nice run lately. So we'll see. I don't know who's going to dethrone them. Somebody might.
Juggernaut.
Maybe it's Cody.
Maybe, and then let's go up to Sheridan. When is that football team ever going to lose?
That's another question. They've won how many? Is it 5 in a row, 6 in a row?
And then consecutive wins. I mean,
it's they've started with Don Julian, and Jeff Mowry's continued that, and they just have a great culture up there. And and if you think about all their other sports. I mean, their boys basketball team was a state champion. Indoor track, I think the boys got second, very close one. So they just have that culture is established in the whole school. The girls teams are very good, so they've got a great thing going, especially for one of our smaller 4A schools. And I'm not counting Sheridan out until somebody beats them.
Yeah, and that the academics of that school district always rates high, in the state and compared to the country as well. So
they're doing a great job.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you, Trevor, for being on. We got to get with you again sometime in the future.
Anytime, Jake.
Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show. It's Trevor Wilson, and he's the commissioner of the Wyoming High School Activities Association and overseeing all high school sports. Let's take a quick break on the show. We'll get Renee Jean in here, I think, if I have my notes right after this.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Oh, Renee, it's so good to see you. I thought we moved your slot around, right? I can't keep track of the schedule anymore. We're all over the place. So I hope it suits you. I'm glad that you got the message that you're here now. Good.
Well, I think it was just for this one time, Jake.
I think so.
But I did switch with Mac, so I'm on Friday now instead of Thursday.
I saw that. I'm trying to just keep up with the schedule. We're booking a lot of guests. That's a good thing. No guest more important than Renee Jean, though. You've been busy. You had like 1 million stories over the last couple of days. I've read most of them.
Okay. I'm on your hands then.
Got a lot of spare time. I'm reading everything Renee Jean writes. It's always good stuff. Let's talk about the Indian Relay coming to Cheyenne Frontier Days. I just talked to the rodeo guys up there in Sheridan, the Sheridan Wyo Rodeo, where they do Indian races. The Indian races have been in Casper, but Cheyenne Frontier Days, the Indian Relay, this is a perfect wedding of two exciting events, traditional rodeo and the whole racing. If you ever seen this, it's controlled chaos.
Well, I mean, you're dealing with a 1,200-pound animal that has a mind of its own.
Yeah.
Expect the unexpected, I guess.
It is a fun event to watch, and it dates back hundreds and hundreds of years. It's fun.
Yeah, lots of history to this. I think the biggest indication that this is something worth watching, Tom Hersig saying, okay, I don't say this about many things, but here's something that compares with the excitement of Cheyenne Frontier Days Rodeo. He doesn't say things like that very often.
No, and Tom often brags. When you ask him about Cheyenne Frontier Days, the first thing he usually goes to is the pace of the rodeo. Why it's different from any rodeo you've seen is all they really build in energy and a pace to the rodeo. So to fit in with CFD, you better be electrifying, and this event is.
Yeah. I love the history about it too. The fact that it goes back so many centuries. Some people say this is America's first extreme sport. It was born out of, the American Indian tribes need to do things fast on the fly with their horses, whether that was a battle or, stealing some horses, hunting, whatever the case may be. These games kind of arose from that history.
It kind of arose from the real day life necessity of counting coup, the way you got horses the day of. I don't know. I mean, I wasn't there, and I am not of Native American Indian descent. But yeah, that's what I understand from history is nobody ever bought a horse. If you were Sioux, Cheyenne, Crow, you just, you admired your neighbor's horse, and pretty soon it was yours. And that involved jumping on it and running away, and that they made a sport of it, and it's fun to watch.
Yeah.
Ned Ledoux. What do you know about Ned Ledoux? What's this deal with a duet with Dan Seals?
Right. So, he's having a big year this year. Lots of things going on. I think probably the biggest is this Dan Seals duet. Dan Seals' estate and Melody Records are putting together these duets from Seals' original masters. When they got to God Must Be a Cowboy, they reached out to Ned Ledoux to have him, sing that song so they could remix it and create a duet. Ned just happened to be in Nashville recording music. He was in the studio when he got the call from his agent. His agent's like, hey, do you want to do this? It just seems like it was meant to be, right? He was right there in the studio at the time and laid his tracks down right off the bat. No overthinking it there.
No, and Ned had done similar with his dad's pre-recorded material. We see that now where someone who is no longer with us can still be with us in song, in music, and we can see duets. This seems like a great pairing. Good job.
Yeah, yeah. The other a big thing he's got going on this summer is he's going to play at Red Rocks with Ian Munsick.
Yes, what a show that's going to be.
That's a bucket list item, I think, for just about any country or any music artist, singer, songwriter. To play at Red Rocks is just so iconic. The best musicians in the world have played there. To be one of them is to join kind of an exclusive club.
What an outdoor venue. We cherish it out here in the West. Kesha's going to be at the Red Rocks also this summer. I know you wanted to know if, you could see Kesha, but she'll be there also. Yeah, the Red Rocks just announced their lineup, and Ned Ledoux, Ian Munsick. Yeah, sign me up. Where do I get tickets?
Right.
Also, I would pay to see this banana ball, the banana baseball. I would love to see them play Casper Spuds. How do you get the crazy banana team? They're like, you described it perfectly. The Savannah Bananas are the Harlem Globetrotters of baseball. They're great athletes, but they reinvent the sport in a fun way. How do you get them to Casper? Can we?
Yeah, I don't know exactly what all is involved there, but they have made a commitment to play in all 50 states, to have, banana ball in all 50 states.
Oh.
Wyoming was one of 5 states that isn't on the itinerary this year. And so, I think there's that going for it. They already have committed to wanting to do that in every state. Now they have a venue that's really excited about, enthusiastic about wanting banana ball to come here. Casper has a lot of things going for it as far as the location goes. It's pretty central to the state, a 4-hour drive, and you can pretty much be there from anywhere in Wyoming, give or take, 30, 40 minutes or an hour. It's Wyoming. And then, it's got plenty of hotels, places for people to stay, plenty of restaurants, places for people to eat. And so, they can make like a weekend of it. So it's got some things going for it in that respect. I talked with a guy named Brad Skinner. He's a Green River teacher, and he's also known as DJ Phony Stark. Funny story behind how he got the name Phony Stark. People would tell him he looks like Anthony Stark, Iron Man,
oh, yeah.
Stark. And one day in class, a kid asked him, has anybody ever told you look like Anthony Stark? And some kid, some wiseacre in the back with his feet up on the desk says, Phony Stark.
And it's careful. It's stuck. Yeah.
Brad was like, oh, that's perfect. I want to use it. Can I use your idea? Kind of thing. And the kid was so, no one had ever liked any of his ideas before. Everybody kind of always gave him a hard time at being, getting a good idea from the teacher like that transformed this kid in his classroom and made him a better student. So it's kind of a cool little backstory on how he got the name DJ Phony Stark. He's one of the banana ball DJs. He's going to be in Casper this summer, DJing the game, kind of giving a little taste of what banana ball's like.
If you're one of the many who believe baseball, the traditional sport, has gotten a little boring, you've never seen the Savannah Bananas play it. Green River's Brad Skinner, stage name DJ Phony Stark. Let's bring banana ball to Casper. I love the idea. That'll be fun.
It's funny you mentioned that about baseball being boring. I had a friend whose favorite thing to say was, you know what the best thing about baseball is?
The bottom of the ninth?
No, when it's over.
Yeah. Whenever it ends. I know.
The whole season, when it's over, there's no more games.
Yeah, I love baseball. I love it. But I like them, the business model of the Savannah Bananas, just bringing a little fun to the sport. I think it'll be good for, real baseball also. And I would love to see that banana yellow playing the Casper Spuds. Yeah, they're a good team. You watch them. I mean, they just do things similar to the Harlem Globetrotters. They just have fun with it.
Add a little pizzazz to it. I think this age, we've got a social media generation. They don't have the attention span.
Yeah.
The desire for the attention span to sit through these long delays in between excitement. It's kind of, it's just not working for this new generation.
Tell me about the marketing concept behind attracting visitors to Afton who might be in Ohio. I'm here to see the Cleveland Indians play a baseball game, and they want me to visit Afton in the following weekend. What? That's 1,600 miles away.
Yeah, I don't think they really want you to visit Afton necessarily there, Jake. It's just, when you see this juxtaposition of just kind of random, if you're ever in Ohio, we recommend seeing Afton.
Yeah.
You do kind of a double take, right? It gets attention to your posts. People start posting on the reel or, whatever it is, the case may be, whatever social media platform you're on. They start posting on there like, what the heck is this? And arguing with each other. People sit down with their popcorn. Your post goes viral.
Yes.
Suddenly Wyoming is out there floating around. And this post, last time I had checked, had more than 83,000 viewers. So, it did well. It got attention. It got Wyoming's name out there, and that was the purpose.
Renee's Jean's story on March 22nd, social media strategy of promoting Afton in Ohio may be odd, but odd works in social media. The odder, the better.
Right?
Yeah. Growing pains in Kemmer, this was noted before we even had assurance that TerraPower was coming. We knew that it's going to mean construction workers, and Kemmer is just, as it exists last year, not ready for any kind of growth spurt like this. This is a small community, a small town. They don't have the housing. They don't have the restaurant. They don't have the infrastructure to handle thousands more workers and their families. It looks like a man camp, spike camp situation. How is Kemmer going to accommodate the kind of workforce is going to be needed for TerraPower at its peak?
Yeah, and do they even want to? Some of the people I talked to in Kemmerer were like, well, we'd like to grow a little bit, but we don't want to get too big. We don't want to be Rock Springs. We don't want to be Jackson. They're more worried about, and there's a contingent too that are worried about over investing. Kemmerer's a coal town. They've been through boom, bust cycles of all kinds. So there's kind of that undercurrent going in Kemmerer, as well as the camp that says, this is a once in a century opportunity. We need to make the most of it. We need to get ready. We're moving too slow. And I think, some of them that I talked to had a good point about, if we underinvest, we're going to get all these people here and we're not going to have the tax revenues to support the infrastructure we need, because they're going to go spend their money in Evanston and Rock Springs where there's more stuff. And so they really need to capture as much of that as they can to build the infrastructure that helps keep their town resilient.
Yeah, that's interesting that this town, in the back of everybody's mind who's generational in Kemmerer, is we've been here before, where we saw promises of this bright new future, and hesitancy. And then, of course, how fast do you grow? I give them credit. As someone who lives in Jackson, you do have to be concerned with how much growth do we want.
Yeah. Yeah. And, Kemmerer's kind of butted up against BLM land also. They may not have the space to get too much bigger than maybe, say, 5,000, 6,000. That's kind of what the mayor told me.
Yeah.
So, that's kind of his target figure. He'd like to get to 6,000 people combined between Kemmerer and Diamondville. And then if the rest go to Evansville and Rock Springs, fine.
So you can help us solve the age-old question, is that a buffalo or a bison? If you ask tourists what it is that's chasing after them, they'd be like, this buffalo is trying to get me. Or if you ask Buffalo Bill Cody, some guys from the 1800s, they call them buffalo. But it all might be a misnomer, a misidentification of the water buffalo and then the true bison. What is it, a buffalo or a bison, Renee?
Oh, the thing is I guess they were kind of a new species when we landed here in the New World. People had to decide what to call them. French guy who was running around New York saw the first one, and he decided it looked kind of like a buffalo, so that's what he called it, the American buffalo. It was the American buffalo for, going on a century and a half. Then naturalists came along with their Latin and decided it should be called bison. Bison is a Latin term that relates to the wild ox. And so, bison it became because the learned scholars said so. I thought it was really interesting, Paul Hutton's take on it. Like, why should the academics with the stroke of a pen or the Associated Press with a style guide get to, erase a century and a half of history of this animal being called buffalo? Who gets to decide what things are called? And I think, too, a couple of the naturalist scientist types I talked to about this made the point that we have common names for just about everything. And there's no big deal about using a common name for the prairie dog. I mean, do you even know what the scientific name is for the prairie dog?
Richardson's ground squirrel.
No. Want another guess?
The prairie dog. No, I don't know.
You don't know what its scientific name is. It's Cynomus.
Oh,
no one know what you're talking about if you use the scientific name for a prairie dog. And so why do we argue so much about calling bison buffalo in common everyday speech? The main thing is that people know what you're talking about. In America, they would know you're talking about buffalo if you say buffalo, If you're overseas where there are water buffalo, sure, maybe you want to use bison to be more specific. But
all these
we're not going to rename Buffalo Bill Cody Bison Bill, right?
Yeah. And the bison nickel, it's the buffalo. I know these
buffalo heads, yeah.
Yeah, these academians, these biologists, and they're Latin, they're just showing off how fancy they are. Potato, antelope, pronghorn, bison, buffalo. Let's just decide on a name and stick with it. I'm going with buffalo myself, but that's just me.
All right.
Renee, have a great day. We'll see you Friday then, I guess, yeah? Okay, good deal.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. That's Renee Jean. Her story is buffalo, bison. You say potato, I say pronghorn. Kind of thing. I don't know. I've lost track of where I was. We got to take a break. Let's do that now.
Oh, look, another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff, no kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show in the final hour of a Tuesday. It's been a fun show. Kind of covered a lot of ground today, and we're still not done. I was trying to think of what it was we were doing in pandemic. Reading today's headlines, the search for a new director of the CDC is underway ever since the one woman we hired for like 1 month, and then she was fired. And RFK Jr. has been looking for somebody to head the CDC. RFK, by the way, called it the most corrupt agency in Washington, the CDC, and he's been revamping it ever since. Kennedy had appointed Susan Manera as acting director last January. She was sworn in July and was gone by August. Basically, because politically she did not toe the line. And the new CDC director, they're still looking for one. I think they're down to 3 suitable candidates. But that whole topic, that being in the news cycle, and again, got me thinking of RFK's original, when he first took over as whatever he is, Secretary of CDC, or when he had certainly his views on COVID and the whole pandemic. And that got me thinking about the stuff that I don't want to live through that time again. I do not want to relive COVID-19. But I remember the phrases being thrown around, why we had to mask up, why we had to shut down the economy and shelter in place, shelter at home, and remember the hand sanitizer. Oh my God. We ran out of toilet paper and hand sanitizer in like 1 week. 1 week into the pandemic. You couldn't find hand sanitizer anywhere. You couldn't find toilet paper anywhere. I mean, you saw about the fragility of the supply chain was evidenced by what you couldn't find on the grocery shelves as the entire country panicked. And all for what? I mean, short of grounding every single flight on the globe, telling Delta, United, American, you know what? Stay parked for 6 months. Short of doing that, you weren't going to stop the spread of a disease, of COVID. Not in the most dreamiest of dream worlds could you ever stop that virus from getting out of China, if that's where it originated, and infecting the entire globe. Not going to happen. Not in today's day and age, air travel. We now have invented the ability to get on a plane and be in another country in 2 hours. Like, you were not going to stop the advance of COVID. No way, no how, no amount of masks, no amount of hand sanitizer. You could slow it, and you could perhaps work to a herd immunity, but you weren't going to stop the spread. That was never, ever going to happen. But anyway, it got me thinking of how the U.S. handled the pandemic and how I didn't particularly like things I saw. I thought we mishandled that in almost every way, fumbled it in almost every way from Fauci on down. And RFK says the same thing. His quote is, "We literally did worse than any country in the world regarding our strategy for slowing the spread and flattening the curve." That's the term I couldn't remember when I was trying to think of it last hour. Remember, like, that's, I don't know who invented that phrase, but man, the first health official whose mouth it came out of, probably Fauci, Dr. Fauci, we got to flatten the curve. And that was the mantra that was repeated in those first months of COVID, where we were told how our lives would be restricted. Stay home, buy stuff on the internet while you can, because the supply chain will mean once we all stayed home clicking, there was nothing left to buy. Stay home, don't cough, wear a mask when you go out in public, and you don't have to do this for very long. We're going to flatten the curve. Flatten the curve. Yeah, I remember. I couldn't remember what that phrase was, but man, I heard that ad nauseum. We just have to flatten the curve. If we build a certain R factor immunity, herd immunity, then we'll be okay. We'll be past the hump. Meanwhile, we couldn't go see grandma in the hospital. How many of our loved ones died, and we weren't even allowed to attend, to be at their bedside at their death because of COVID? And we had to flatten the curve. That was the term I was trying to think of. Somebody popped it on the Facebook saying, flatten the curve. Yeah, I remember now. Cowboy State Daily stories that we're looking at. I don't want to end on this bad note, but no shortage of bad actors in the world, people doing bad things. Allegedly. Anthony Peace. If these things prove out to be true, is just a bad guy. I remember when the FBI was looking for this dude and said, be on the lookout for him. He was on the run for a couple of months, facing charges. Bighorn County's top prosecutor last week, asked for a trial date in the case of a man accused of force-feeding a 15-year-old girl, force-feeding her Adderall in order to make her numb enough, unaware enough, so he could sexually assault her in the garage. I can't think of a punishment fitting enough. Bighorn County Attorney Marsha Bean, whatever you dream up to punish this guy with, allegedly, if 39-year-old Anthony Peace is indeed guilty of force-feeding a teenager Adderall so he could take advantage of her, bring it on. Pile on the felonies. He faces 2 felony theft charges. Never mind that. Theft. What did he thieve? The Adderall? That's punishable by up to 10 years in prison. I guess, if we're compiling a laundry list of things we want to put this animal away for, allegedly, then 2 felony theft charges. All right, tack it on. 1 count of third-degree sexual assault, 1 count of sexual exploitation of a child, Let's lead with those. Never mind the theft, felony theft. Let's lead with the fact that he made a 15-year-old take Adderall so he could abuse her. Oh. Peace allegedly did this in the town of Byron and then somehow disappeared. U.S. Marshals were looking for the guy, and Bighorn County Sheriff Ken Blackburn dispatched alerts looking for the guy. I think at one time we thought we saw him at an airport in Cody. Is that right? Or last seen there? I don't know. But now finally the dude is in a cage where he belongs, trapped in a cage. And boy, if you read this, and it's hard to read, warning, trigger alert for this. But the Cowboy State Daily story from Clara McFarland about the latest in the case that prosecutors are bringing against Anthony Peace. And it's just disgusting. Greg Johnson has the other crime story of the day. No way can I afford that, said a Cheyenne man charged with first-degree murder in the death of a 10-month-old girl. Told the judge, outburst in court when the judge was asked by the prosecutor, look, the prosecutor said, I suggest $500,000 for bail. This guy's a flight risk. He did something real wrong. And the judge says, I agree, and I'll see your $500,000 and I'll double down. $1 million cash bond, and that caused the blurt out from John Haney. After he heard the judge said $1 million in bond, he said, I can't afford that. And the judge says, well, I appreciate what you can or can't afford, but that's not why you set bond. We're not looking to price this within your means. We're just trying to make sure justice is done here, Mr. Haney. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Tuesday, and that wraps up our time. We'll catch you again tomorrow, same time. I hope you're there. We're going to have fun tomorrow. We did a lot today. We talked to a lot of folks. It was a fun show, and I'm glad you were there to share it with us. Have a great Tuesday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.